welcome back to the 2023 edition of the London University Esports Tournament. Today we have myself and Cookie bringing the action for Group B, which consists of King's College London, College of Esports, SOAS, and Imperial College London.
Yeah, these are very exciting teams, and really looking forward to them battle it out. They will be playing in a qualifying group like our previous qualifying group stage, where they will play each university twice, right? They play each university once.
Yeah.
Play 3 games, and usually in most cases, if you win 2 games, you get through the groups. Then you go on to the semi-finals next week.
Yeah, that's the gist of things, and as you get to meet the people from the other group, of course, on the other side. I would say that this week the let's just say the general power of the teams is slightly more matched than beforehand, but of course there is a slight disparity.
There will always be some differences, and also remember, it's just a sample size of one game that you get to see each kind of matchup. So you might just get cheese, and you might just have a bad start where you just kind of lose 5 people in the first 3 minutes, and that happens. So
That has happened.
Yeah, it has happened, and therefore we can't really judge these teams or make really strong predictions. But then again, I'm really just happy to see them battle it out.
Yeah, it's always good fun to see this level of play. Remember, there's obviously a lot of differences between university level and pro, and etc. As much of the fact that there are similarities between the two, of course, it being 5v5 coordinated play. But one big thing is obviously pocket picks. But we'll get to that when we get into drafts.
Absolutely. And as I've played in NUEL before and also played in LAN tournaments, I can only tell you, if you haven't played it before, try to form a team, try to play those tournaments. It's really, really fun. You get to bond with the teammates, and also because we're in an in-person event in New Meta, thanks to New Meta, we're able to host this tournament. We get to see our teammates in real life, instead of just talking through online through Discord or other communication softwares.
There's an extra little interaction thing, and I suppose in some cases with 5v5 there's the nice little, you lean back from the monitor, you can do a little screen peeking at your allies, which is actually useful for some situations.
Yeah, but I guess we're not turning into the game. But yes, we will have 6 matches. So our first match will be between College of Esports and King's College?
King's College, I'm correct, yes. KCL versus College of Esports, which one big thing with College of Esports is that they are coming in as, let's just say, the generally weakest team out of the 4. Not to say that they won't be able to qualify, but in particular, their matchups versus SOAS and KCL, they're going to have to be very careful with, because from what I've heard, they're not going to have the greatest time versus Imperial anyway.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking about, but upsets do happen, and in the case if, say, Imperial College managed to beat all of them, then there might be a 3-way tie situation going on.
That's why every game counts. That's how it is. But of course, we are getting ourselves into draft in a moment.
Speaking of which, draft has already started. We see 2 bans already coming through, Rakan and Vi.
Yeah, Rakan last week we saw a lot of priority over, I think, picked almost all the games actually, paired exclusively with the Zaya as a sort of R1, R2 combo pick, of course providing a lot of support for the Zaya, and the main theme here is just having that anti-engage and self-peek.
Another 2 bans coming through. They are actually very similar champions. We have Amumu and we have Lydia. Looking at those lockdown abilities that all these champions can provide, both teams kind of seems like want to play some hyper carries.
Team fighting tools definitely available. We'll see what happens. Jungle priority, of course, with 3 jungle bans getting taken off the board right now. But also wait for one more. Silence will be lost.
Yeah, Silas is a very good ban on the blue side, because you just don't want any Silas shenanigans coming at R5. Suddenly your comp goes from very good and then realize, wait, it's very good for Silas, then that is really, really annoying. And at the very end we have the Saya ban, which has been a really popular ADC nowadays.
Again, we'll just go back to the R1, R2 classic of last week. They just don't want to play into it at all. Neither pair of the Lovers duo But yeah, very understandable given the power level of predominantly Zaya, but yes, both champions being relatively powerful at the moment. And then Sejuani there, as of course, your jungle pool's been slightly pinched already, so why not lock it in as a B1?
Sejuani is very good at locking down threats like Draven and Nautilus, which is insta-picked by King's College. Really want to go for that really strong bot side, trying to snowball from there.
Yeah, I mean, we did see this before. Played last week as well. Draven Nautilus specifically didn't go quite as well. Draven to get a relatively decent cash in early on, but it wasn't enough. They didn't end up getting sort of beat around the 20 odd minute mark because they were far enough ahead with the combination, which is one caveat that you do have when you play this sort of lane, is that you do sort of need to push that lead, or well, depending on how the rest of the map goes, of course, and other scaling elements. But in a vacuum, generally you do need a little bit more of a lead, as we see if Veigar Ash response.
Veigar bot lane. I believe it's Veigar bot lane. Veigar bot lane with Ash. Ash is actually a kind of weird pairing with Veigar if we're looking at them both in the bot lane. Because Veigar generally just wants to farm, and you usually pair with like a roaming support or just generally less. Because Ash, when you pick Ash, you really want to use your Ash to poking abilities to get a lead. But against Draven, probably won't be doing that. We see Darius picked on red side by King's College, and Braum ban coming in. Banning those disengaged champions looks like. Thinking Ash is not a support.
Yeah, seeing what. Well, I mean, either Ash is not a support, or just not expecting Veigar to be bot side, expecting a Veigar mid instead. I guess we'll see what happens. Nivea coming through as well. This is another pick we saw a little bit last week as a pretty good answer into the Relian Soul. This time, of course, it isn't being piloted by a pretty prolific Nivea player, but nevertheless, still a pick that has been in the meta in this tournament.
And Nivea has the benefit of having been in the game for so long.
Yeah.
Players have played it. They maybe put about 10-20 games in this previous season, but then with that experience, you can build up very quickly in those like new champions. Versus like already, so when they play like a lot, and we see another mid lane band, Victor and Annie, both very strong mid lane champions.
Yeah, scaling options getting taken off the table for Kings here just to try and offset the fact that they do have this Draven Nautilus and do need some sort of momentum early game to be able to carry on with the composition, or have run into the same problem that I believe City did last time, where they just sort of got completely outscaled by even 20 minutes. Gragas there as the hover, actually flexible, but no, Volleybag going to be locked in instead.
Yeah, Kings was thinking, do they want some disengage? And then realised, now we're just going all in. We're going in with all the bruisers and the Nautilus engage and Draven running in and spinning access on everyone. Just going for the full all-in combo, and we have to see what College of Esports can answer with that.
Yeah, College of Esports a little bit more reserved right now, looking to just pretty much play for the Veigar as one of the themes at the moment. Of course, KCL still do have available that R5 counter pick, which they can shunt over to mid lane most likely. Expecting Darius to come forward by jungle at the moment. Ari getting locked in.
Ari, not a big. Oh, we have Yumi. Okay, we don't have Yumi. Okay, that's scary for me because I was thinking like how the composition works, and now we have the gap.
GP, I think.
Yeah.
Seems like it's gonna be GP.
It should be GP. Oh no, we are going to have Sejuani top, Belfort jungle, Ari mid, Veigar AP bot lane, and Ash support. That looks like is how they are playing it, I think.
Yeah, this is interesting. Oh, Kassadin getting hovered here.
Yeah.
I suppose they want to offset that a little bit, but I mean, the fact that you now have a pick that when they hit level 16, of course, as is always the tick-tock clock, you get a lot of power with the refuel cooldown.
Yeah, King's College looking very scary. You have a lot of beefy champions. It's the classic like 4 melee going in champions.
Yeah.
It's just very classic composition. And I'm just slightly scared that College of Esports not quite have enough disengage if they want to play that game. Yes, you have the Ari, you can jump around, you have the Veigar cage, but you know, it's the 4 beefy boys. Like, I don't see enough damage in their composition.
Yeah, but damage is very awkward, let's just put it that way. It's the way it's spread. I mean, Ash support isn't going to be doing a huge amount later on in the game. Mostly there for the utility that you can bring between hook shots, and more importantly, enchanted crystal arrows across the map. But if your damage sources get killed here, it's going to get very difficult. At least Viva Ari are generally, they have burst trade patterns, so we'll see what happens.
Yeah, and most importantly, they kind of drafted a kind of pick composition where you have those like single target CCs, but against full beefy boys, it's like even if you pick them, they are not necessarily good targets to actually pile all your damage into right away, because otherwise the Draven can run free. So a bit of concern here for College Esports, but otherwise it looks like they have to be really, really good at macro to make those picks work, I think.
Yeah, macros can be really important in this game. I mean, we did briefly go over the way the Draven Nautilus wants to work. And with the volley bear getting locked in, something we didn't necessarily talk about is the fact that volley bear is pretty good at ganking lanes. So I'm expecting a lot of priority from KCL on the bot side.
Yes, I absolutely agree. And Viga early game really, really weak until you kind of stack a bit of AP, a bit of item, getting that death cap to enhance your AP damage. Lisa scaling. Ari should have a fairly okay time in the Kassadin, but again, it's Ari is like one of the champions who is like a real generalist, not really good, excel at everything. Might not be able to bully Kassadin out. Maybe needs some help from the jungler, a bit of roam from the other laners, perhaps even. Top lane matchup wise, I don't think Sejuani is bad in Darius. I think Sejuani is actually pretty good in Darius. You have a little way of avoiding the decimate from Darius, and also you bring that ignite. But the problem is, if you one misstep without that flash, then you'll be dead.
Oh, you're in trouble, absolutely. Yeah. The other thing is you can't really push. Can't necessarily push a lead quite as hard as some of the champions might be able to without a little bit more support from the team. Not to say that it's impossible to do, but just a matter of how the team is at the moment.
Okay, so we will now go. Should we go for it? No. Okay. I think the Belfast is the one that we haven't touched on.
Yeah. So I mean, one thing that you can do is sort of juggle around priority. I mean, maybe try and see Belveth sort of putting that pressure on the top side, rather than either that or trying to counter against the bot side. I mean, what do you sort of expect from College Esports as far as juggle players is concerned?
It's really tough to say. Belfast has a very strong level 1, but when you get unlock all 3 abilities, the volley bear kind of start to shine. So apart from those like very, very early skirmishes, I would definitely say King's College have the jungle tempo in terms of like if he wants to play aggressive, wants to have that tempo on their side. But I guess the benefit of Belfast is the scaling of the jungle. It's like a jungler that if once get ahead, hard to shut down. Also have a lot of damage reduction. So yes, there's some beefy boys, but you have the Crackers there, you have that. I think Borg is not built on Belfast anymore. There's other on-hit items. You can still smash through these beefy boys, but the problem is you really have to get ahead. Remember, your composition does not have an enchanter. You don't have the benefit of something like Lulu or Nami or something that boosts your health stats.
Yeah, I mean the other problem with Belveth is the way you're playing in. Yeah, you do have a sustain. Yeah, you do have pretty good sustained damage into the health pools of KCL. The one caveat is that if you don't necessarily have follow-up in a fight, a team fight, you're going to have issues just actually surviving into that, because of course you're playing against champions that do pretty well into close quarters combat at least.
Yeah, I agree. And it just seems like I know I don't want to put it this way, but King's College does have the upper hand in this draft. But again, a lot of outplays can be had in this game, where at the early game, Ari can quite roam quite freely, able to push the wave in, able to have that mid priority. So there may be early skirmishes that happen that benefit College Esports.
Yeah, it's just going to depend how the game's actually executed. Of course, that's what everything comes down to in the end.
Yeah.
But I think this in particular, with the way the early game could go, College Esports potentially just getting a much more free early game than otherwise they might actually have on paper with this draft.
I think a bit of new item maybe have effect in how the mid lane meta works. I believe Cosmic Drive
Drive,
has been changed a bit, where you have, instead of having those 300 or 250 health, I believe, it's all stacked into ability power and ability haste. And a lot of champions will actually like that. Something like Silas actually loves that. I haven't seen people build it on Victor, but I think Victor is okay with it.
Victor has historically been resistant.
Yeah.
You benefit off of the move speed in particular.
Absolutely.
That was the main thing for Victor. But yeah, has not built it in recent times, but used to, like when the item was originally released.
When original release, apparently it was the second item to build on.
It was pretty good actually when it was originally released on a bunch of champions. So.
Yeah, and then eventually people just realised, okay, I actually don't need my second rotation, I just need to one-shot people with the Luden Shadow Flame. and there goes that argument of saying, why do I need my second round of abilities if I can one-shot them?
Just die in the first place. Exactly that. But no, Ari is definitely a champion that does benefit a lot from ability haste in general. Being able to get off more charms.
So it is that kind of like battle between you want the insta burst or you do want more damage. I hate to say it, but this might be a Leandri's game for Ari.
I wouldn't put it past possibility actually. Looking at KCL's team, very very viable. Let's put it that way. I mean, Everfrost could balk your damage is one thing that I can say. Not an awful option. Nevertheless, but I probably agree with you with Leandri's.
That you go that kind of classic pro play 3 items. You go the CD boots. You go voice stuff, and then you go Leandri's. The 3 items. The three first items that you get in pro play always are those 3 items that kind of maximizes your damage against beefy targets. I hope not to see it because I really want to see Ari popping off, going maybe the classic Luden Shadow Flame, the magic penetration build, and one-shotting people. But this game might have calls for it, as we were talking about.
Yeah, it depends on how things are going to play out in the end. Again, I mean, it's a game of execution, is it not? But we should be loading onto the Rift very shortly. But yeah, for the first game of today, of course, every win, very particularly important for College of Esports, given they are coming into this group as the underdogs.
Yeah, just looking at some of the rune choices, looks fairly standard. I think we see Aftershock on... Is it Aftershock or Grass on Sejuani? It's Aftershock, right?
Oh yeah, it's Aftershock.
Yeah, that is a surprise for me, and also not having that Ignite, not going toe-to-toe with Darius in that laning phase. A bit of 5-man invading the bot lane.
I don't know if they were spotted by Sejuani. They might have been just about spotted by Sedge, I'm not entirely sure, but if that is the case, then College of Esports, no this is happening. Don't actually have information on that being a ward there, but it does look like they are somewhat aware and are going to the top side.
Yeah, a smart play by College of Esports. Not losing in level 1 is always good. Looks like King's College decided to split this map, maybe, or just steal a red buff. It depends on what they do, but it looks like they have their eyes on this red buff.
Okay. One other thing that's worth noting: Savali got support. Ash ADC.
That makes a little bit more sense. I think I was overhyped with Vigar ADC because that's just the thing. But it does make sense to put Ashe into ADC and Vigar support. I think you
get more sustained damage.
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, that was a flash over. I mean, imagine that was a dredge line and responsible. We're seeing the top lane at the moment instead. Not entirely sure how the health bars went down, but from what it looks like, nothing much.
Wait, what is happening? Ari is going top lane into Darius, and we're putting Sedge mid.
That seems to be the case, yeah.
That is not ideal.
I feel like Caston is very happy with this outcome.
Yes. Yes. I mean, to be fair, I can see why I do it, because Ari, although have poke, usually not quite enough to bully out of Cassidon. So in that case, might as well say, okay, we will have Sejuani mid, go for those roaming plays. So I can see that happening. But having a mage top lane just feels weird. Yeah, in the early levels you can be very susceptible to ganks. But again, in this game, looks like everyone's focusing on bot lane, so that wouldn't be a problem. So Unless you run into mana troubles, that will be fine.
Yeah, I mean, Volibear also carving Volt with the way that they have started the jungle. I'm sure the Draven and Nautilus in time will be able to get safe back. At the moment, as with Draven lanes, you do tend to get the push very early on. That's what's been happening, and it will continue to be that way. Draven tries to set the adoration up to eventually, hopefully, cash out.
Yeah, it will be that way till basically the end of time, honestly.
Yeah.
and also, going for an early base for a cull. So that's a very smart thing to do in Draven, just to get more cash ins. Just get more cash, basically. Very efficient gold wise.
Yeah, I think maybe realizing that it's going to be pretty hard to get an early enough kill at the moment, and given how early the back was with the wave state, it's just better to get the item, and then now you have Volibear still around in the river, so you can push back and still ensure that you have priority if that's what you want.
Yeah, mid lane there's some CS gap, unless I'm mistaken. Mid lane, Cassidy with 28 CS already. That's very good farming in the game.
Actually warded out. Will actually still keep autoing. Violating very, very low, but not low enough to actually drop.
Yeah, the flash has to be used, I believe, or not. I think he just walked out.
Yeah, no, he did just walk out of that entire situation.
So overall, not really a win for King's College. They might choose put even more pressure downwards later on to the bot side of the map. Top lane, actually quite refreshing. Not seeing two BP boys hitting each other.
Yeah, it's a little bit different. I mean, Ari at the moment, as we talked about, will have that lane advantage due to range and spells. But Darius later on, once you hit 6, if you hit an apprehend, then it's a little bit of a story, different story.
Yeah, absolutely. And also having an ignite in the top lane gets a bit tricky with mana problems. They're trying to go in bot lane now.
Okay. A little bit of skirmishing, actually. Wait, no, they're really low from earlier. Somehow, the bot lane of KCL got themselves incredibly low, and Belknap just sweeps in and gets a double.
Ooh, that's the best outcome for Esports. You really want this Belknap to be ahead. If Belknap can stay ahead, as we were saying, like a lot of tower pushing power, especially with those mini army of Belknap, and now they've transitioned into a very early dragon.
I mean, always nice to get your stacking done early, that's what's important. A little bit more of AD and AP for the Infernal Soul. Infernal Soul, no, sorry. It'd be very early Infernal Soul, but Infernal Drake. Should be done shortly with no real chance for a steal.
Yeah, I have to see what's going to respond to the King's College. Looking to be a bit of counter jungling in the top side, but seems like not able to really dive the top lane, seeing as Ari has fairly good wave clear and a very healthy mana pool as well. So it will only be a few camps that College of Esports is losing out from this trade-off map.
She should also be pretty much next to a 6, so doesn't mean you have to worry about the Spirit Rush providing that extra little bit of ability. Although Cassidy with the lane state that they have right now, pretty favourable.
Yeah, it's I would say 55 CS at like 7 minutes is very, very well.
Yeah.
I would be very happy Cassidy, very early World Ages.
Yep.
So, a happy Cassidy.
What you want to see if you're a KCL fan at the moment, especially considering the way that the Draven Nautilus is playing bot lane, taking a very long time for them to actually do anything.
I think the good thing is to aligning is both bot laners. Oh, mid lane, there's some action going on this time.
Okay, a little bit of fighting. Zerani forced back out that. Still 11.5 health, and I believe hopefully should go back. For now, it seems like we're just making sure that she got way better speed.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be playing Sejuani mid myself in my solo queue games. Looks like quite a bit painful, but the power of the champion lies in the plays you can make, the roams you can make on Sejuani, with the power of 2 stuns basically you have on Sejuani, 2 long range stuns. So having that will be very useful into further shutting down the Draven Nautilus from KCL side.
Yeah, Draven in particular doesn't like getting locked up. There is a cleanse available, so you can cleanse some of that CC, but can't cleanse all of it.
the silver lining of KCL obviously being both bot laners still have their summoners. That means that another gank will have to be as coordinated as last one.
Yeah, not too bad a position. Let's see. Advenom. Yeah, Advenom in the mid, doing absolutely fine.
Yeah, he's chilling. That's his status to say. Chilling. Really want to look at this Bel'Veth though. Bel'Veth working towards his first item and then probably looking for more things to do. Particular, the Rift Herald might be one of the options, as we all know Bel'Veth has a very good synergy with the Eye of the Herald, being able to spawn quite a few Void Remoras into helping to the tower push, and well, just generally fighting because to keep your ultimate form up when you get 6.
Yep, not too bad right now. I mean, of course, 2-0 up from College of Esports, alongside that Infernal Drift that they obtained earlier, and now with the Rift Herald, well, we're looking around the top side, but seeming like they can actually put it down.
In return, Volibear going for a dive bot lane.
Back off.
Okay, and
Right, seems like Volibear did not actually out. I'm still looking for but not doing too bad all in all. And actually get a double kill on the back of this because of the way the positioning was.
yeah, everyone just one step too late. Both jungler and mid one step too late to save the bot lane, and now the score would be 3-2. Looking like quite I guess it's quite even, like looking at the gold, so it's not too bad for both teams. I would say, but more scaling advantage on the King's side. I would say I would prefer Kazan over a Viger personally.
I mean, yeah, this is Vital Sports. It's gonna take that.
Yeah,
That's for sure. I mean, like on paper, it seems like College of Esports have more scaling than they actually do in reality. The way that teams actually interact with each other as well.
Yeah, I do agree with that. We have to see if the Bel'Veth can be able to really shine in the mid game.
Yeah, a lot of pressure's being put into this Bel'Veth right now to actually get the damage off. Rest of the members don't necessarily contribute nearly as much, but there's that goes right onto Zidwani. Not enough damage though. One more player comes into the fray, and I think that's just about enough for Chinese person to get it.
Yeah, that's where you want the kill to be on your really not that bad. It's not that bad. It's just
Rather
CSing
ahead.
well.
Yeah,
Ahead.
CSing
Yeah.
well.
Saying well. Still not quite getting the Rod of Ages just yet. I expect should be finished by the time he backs. Then time bomb will start ticking.
Yep, taking a little while. Blue wave pushing into the tower. And another trade being started.
Yeah, bot lane. Another Drake started. Should be secured as looks like did not know. Actually, King's actually did not know it was happening. Fresh line coming in and does
Did connect. Cage zoning Nautilus away, taking a few little bits of auto damage. There's Bella, flash forward, knock up, and a little bit more damage from the E is enough for her to pick up another kill.
Ooh, that's a very good flash. Knowing your damage is just enough to kill off the Nautilus. Otherwise, that flash would have been in vain. Ooh, mid lane Kassadin. Oh no, Conqueror fully stacked. A lot of damage going through, and out of them just emotes and peace out.
Yeah, despite that even being a Sejuani at this point in the game, well, first off, Sejuani doesn't really get the MR as much from the passive, and well, as you say, fully stacked Conqueror, a little bit of AP, has to be slightly ahead, it's a lot of damage.
I have a Herald being popped in the bot lane to get those juicy platings for both the bot laners and Bel'Veth. Well, honestly, it's just the one on Bel'Veth that really matters for me at the moment. Want to see the Kraken Slayer finish, want to see him doing a lot more in the map in mid game.
Yeah, definitely not too far away from that. I mean, the 3-0, slightly up on farm versus Volibear. Sounds like a pretty good thing to me. That's probably one of the few saving graces of the fact that your bot side hasn't really lost super hard.
Yeah, Draven does spawn very well and does have a sizable CS lead over the Ashe and Veigar. That would be a bit of a problem. Top lane actually very peaceful, I would say. Very peaceful in this game. Almost forgot it existed, and Ari going for that pro build going into the Leon Green Ionian boots. Voice outfit is my bet.
Yep, seems like exactly as we predicted on that build. Castellan's still waiting on that Roll of Ages, and Grand Saying now completes. One rolling into the bot side, and that's it.
Didn't manage to see that, but it just happened all too quickly. We have 3 CC abilities on our bot lane, bot lane and jungle combined. Really hard to stop that from happening. Ooh, mid lane Judge.
Okay, guess we'll see what happens with this. Just a few Voidlings, gets 1 kill. Belveth for small Belveth. Not quite able to close the gap just yet, but maybe cooldowns should be enough. There, oh flash. I think
he gets away with an execute.
Yep, that's it.
Oh no!
Ah, no, the death timer!
Ah.
Shame. On the other hand, at least you got the blue turret in the bot side as that extra little bit of turret logs with Ashe and Veigar.
Well, the important thing is the shutdown went to the Belveth, which was like the most fed member and the person who can carry College of Esports through the mid game. Yeah. So, not great on that point. What is happening with the stream?
Not entirely sure, but it seems like there was a pause error.
Yeah.
Should be back shortly once this was solved. But, at the moment, we have a pause.
They're mid tapped out.
What?
They're mid tapped out.
What?
The mid lane tapped out.
Oh. Right, so apparently mid lane is having a few issues, so yeah. But game state at the moment, I would say generally pretty even, although given gold lead and everything, it is currently College favoured.
Yeah, I would say actually quite surprising for me. Like looking at those drafts, I would think it will be a King's College one-sided, not quite a massacre, but you know, having the initiative. But actually, the Belveth pick, the last pick from College, one of the last picks from College of Esports, actually doing a lot of work. Securing those early skirmishes kills, getting himself fed, getting the objectives done.
Yeah, that's where your pressure's been coming from mostly, and well, you know, keep it up basically, I think that's the key.
Yeah, and now you really want to utilize this mid game with your Belveth, where you know you can initiate with the Ashe Arrow into the Sejuani ultimate. Lots of different pick potentials in order for Belveth to get even more ahead. Belveth really excels in these like little skirmishes where you can get multiple resets, also having that damage reduction. Not enough to tank 5 people, but you can tank 2 or 3 as time.
Yeah, that's the idea. I mean, you nailed it. Charge Crossfire, go for Prism, for an event horizon. I mean, whichever. I mean, you have 5 champions with potential pretty decent CC abilities. Even if it is, even if some of them have longer cooldowns, throw them on top of somebody, get rid of them from the game. Works out pretty well, but as you can see last fight, or at least sometimes in the game when you don't actually have access to those tools as a combination, not so easy.
Yeah, what College of Esports not want is late game. They don't want late game. They want to use this lead and win, because otherwise, when everyone gets like 3 or 4 defensive items, then your CC doesn't matter anymore. They just don't die.
Yeah, it definitely changes the game a little bit, and especially with Mountain Drake coming up next, that definitely makes things a little bit worse with those extra resistances that you get between the 2 teams. Of course, College of Esports though in a better position to secure the soul, but if you think about it this way, Kings have the potential to get 4 Mountain Drakes stacked up.
Ooh, that's nasty. There's no other way to put it. That's nasty. I don't know. I mean, I don't think they would be able to get that quickly yet. Fortunately, because still in College of Esports' favor, they still have the momentum with your head Belveth doing things on the map. We see Volleybet trying to do other things on the map, but with mixed success, I would say.
Yeah, it's not so easy to do that at the moment, but we'll see what happens. Still in the pause right now, waiting for everything to resolve.
Yeah, I want to see what. Oh, actually, Darius is building Trinity for us. I think that's one of the items, but I haven't seen it in a while. I think I've seen Strike Breaker a lot more.
Yeah, I mean the nice thing about rifles, you get that extra auto damage, you know, the speed when you get off of auto, so there's that, but you know, likewise with Strike Breaker you get slow, and the extra little, you know, chain spike whip basically is worth of damage, maybe a little bit more than that, but besides the point, depends on, I guess, if you're trading off that little bit of mobility for the extra damage, potentially, you get provided this way.
I just realised what item this Draven got. That's not normal Draven item, is it?
Which one?
The Kraken Slayer.
It depends. Generally it is the shield bow, as you say.
Yeah.
That's why you're saying it's not so normal. But I have seen Kraken a few times, and with lethal tempo there, I mean, you'll burn through that central one. Let's just put it that way.
Okay. Yeah, I do see the point, but I'm just used to other mythics like the Thartes or, you know, just no mythic build.
Yeah, it's definitely less common to be seeing Kraken Slayer on this champion, but it's not so necessarily bad. Just the way that both of our teams today are deciding to play it out.
Yeah, we're back from the force and action again. Draven in the mid lane now, looking to probably group up with the team, or the team to emerge in the mid lane to put pressure on that maybe. Noxus looking for a top pick with on the RA, probably not gonna work, so walking away, thinking about it again.
Okay, not actually finding enough just yet. Still just, I guess now with the remaining sweeper duration, just checking if there's any wards.
A bit of a slow pace mid game, I would say. Everyone's looking for those like juicy jungle camps rather than grouping up for a fight. King's College is probably fine with that at the moment.
Once they're gold, simple as that. As they are starting at the Rift Hell, really. Esports same, and they want to keep the pressure up. Nautilus going to get caught inside of the cage, stunned up. There's the rest of the team. Nautilus taking a lot of fire from the Ashe, will go down. Volibear going to do so on the other side, and that's 2 kills plus a Herald. Although Bel'Veth yet to actually take the eye of the Herald.
I think did King's not take it? I think King stole it, but didn't manage to get a Herald.
Ah, sure.
Yeah, I think that's what happened. I mean, it's not ideal for King's College. I mean, yes, you stop the Herald,
still, yeah.
but I think they should have probably thought about doing it or not, like contesting a lot earlier, because the engage kind of come in like really slowly. Ooh, are in trouble.
Time to show them the way.
Not in trouble. I was mistaken. Yes, Spirit Wash is better than Revoke at this stage of the game.
Yeah, short cooldown, somewhat, because of the free charges. Of course, you can use it a limited amount of times with Riftwalk right now, costing an awful lot of mana and actually not doing that much damage in return either.
King's converging on this Mountain Drake, maybe thinking about contesting this one. It is an important one, it is still a point.
Yep, especially with the mountains available, trying to look to get something in mid before actually making the contest. As long as you push out, get prior, it'll make it just that much easier. Although Sejuani waiting in the wings, likewise with Bel'Veth.
Oh, I don't know what's coming in at this crucial moment of the game. Not ideal, especially for the casters. And looking at this screen on right now, looks like King's College is going to secure this dragon. For both compositions, they have, well, mostly for College Esports, they really want to be set up camp before they fight. If they have to fight. Ideally, they don't fight 5v5, but if they do, they want to set up camp in order to find, well, maybe any King's College members out of position in order to convert one person. Never mind, back to the force, going back into the game.
Alright, let's see if College Esports have a response to this Dragon Take Vikings. Few champions still waiting around. 3,000. The Drake is now on. Looks like they won't make a decision. There is gets the steal! Straight up soul point. Although, I mean, you are going to lose one more for it, but I would say that's absolutely worthwhile.
It is absolutely worthwhile, but I'm also wondering if why was Sejuani there? Like it is very interesting where Sejuani hit the blast with the blast belt in, which is really funny. But in any case, they did secure the soul point. that means it will be a hell of a lot of pressure for King's College to contest the next dragon, or well, actually for all the vision in the boss side jungle as well, because the dragon fight doesn't start when the dragon spawns. The dragon fight starts before, when you're fighting for vision.
I mean, that is the power of, I guess, getting some sort of random steal, but main benefit here is you stop any form of new dragon stacking on the side of KCL. Of course, preventing any sort of resistance is great. Gold lead maybe not as high as you'd like it to be, only 1k in favour of College Esports, but nevertheless, not in a bad position in this game right now.
Yeah, not in a bad position at all. For King's College, it's most important that they recognize this, because in game you might not recognize how little you're losing, and you kind of like lose hope or lose confidence. They actually, although 3 dragons down, the goal is quite close, and also you still have a strong Khazad, relatively scaling quite well. We had early rod ages completing South soon, so all you have to do is to say, okay, if we lose this mountain drag, it's not the end of the world. We can still fight the Elder.
Okay, not too bad. I mean, just kind of bombing around for a little bit as work up a little bit more gold, clear up some wards, why don't you? And by going in, looking for some stacks, although he's going to get caught out as soon as I say that. North was taking up the stun, so will die as a sort of, consolation prize. Actually getting quite low. Belveth getting the claim. Actually getting onto Draven, getting another kill. Belveth with the reset, now still alive. Getting onto Bully Bear, the Ash extra damage. What is going on?
Oh wow, that is basically a 2v4 right there. It's basically, that is the power of Belveth in just like skirmishes. Like, it looks very unfavorable for Belveth, but look at all that damage and all the damage reduction from her abilities. Very insane champion, and now balloon ahead to 5-0-3.
All you needed was that one little kill onto Nautilus. Snowballed the rest of the fight. Say, yep, there it is. Looking for another pick. Casted a little bit harder to get with Riftwalk, but right now the cooldown's high enough to the point where you might have been able to get one. There's the ooh, very nice dash over the wall. Hits it with the ball, and therefore you get another kill. The College of Esports here, poised.
That is a highlight play. Like, I did not think they would have secured the kill on Kazan. Very game changing as well. Making sure that Kazan stay down and not being able to be as impactful.
Another turret destroyed there. College Esports now very ahead in structures. I mean, Darius trying to look to get something down on the bot side as well, but it's difficult for Kings right now. You need to do a fair bit. I mean, yes, gold isn't too bad outside of your favour, but it's the free drakes. I think that's the key here.
Yeah, the 3 drakes and all that money on Belveth. Actually looking like he's going for the Blade of the Rune Kings at the end. Haven't seen that in a while, because I thought it's kind of out of meta and superseded by other on-hit items like the Wit's End or something, but you don't really have to build a Wit's End in this game, to be fair. So, but it is. Second item done for Belveth. A bit of a menace. For King College, I think their play was fine, but they just didn't get out quick enough. And honestly, they have to play kind of away from this Belveth unless they're very sure the Belveth is alone. If they play away from Belveth, they can find other picks, maybe group as a 3 and go into jungle using your Khazad's ability to just riftwalk into the jungle through the walls, using your point and click CC on the North's Death Charge, trying to get those picks done so you can salvage the situation or maybe even prevent a 4th Mountain Dragon for College Esports. But College Esports looking at the Baron right now, setting him a trap. Okay, no vision from KCL, starting up with Baron. Although now KCL will be alerted of that Scry's Bloom actually being blocked. I'm not going to move to it yet. I mean, with Mountain not spawning, I mean, they're just going to get this for free. That's a very nice freebie. In return, they take down mid turret. Yeah, not the best trade deal in the world, I would say. But that is what they have thought. Oh no, they actually cannot stay in the river because, especially with Belveth, with Baron minions. It's going to be interesting to see how this pans out. Now Drake spawned. KCL able to do it, will start doing it. They don't necessarily have to burn just yet. Nautilus flashing over the wall, just going to get picked apart potentially.
Still alive, the shielding. Good chance Crystal Arrow there to follow, and that's a dead Nautilus. Now Surge on the other side. Belveth to follow. Let's see who gets this one. Flippy, flippy, flippy. Blue team steals it yet again. It's not the Belveth, but it's the Goldari. Gets another kill. Belveth with the reset. Lives a little on the triumph. Goes down eventually. But there's the cleanup crew coming from the College of Esports. And just too much damage to wait. And they get the soul. They get the steal. They get the team fight. They get everything.
Cassidy's still not there. Finally goes down to the Ari of all champions. And wow. That can't be game yet though, because the wave are not in place, but that is massively for College of Esports and a mountain for King's College London to climb.
Yeah, you don't have the waves in place yet, but you have the Baron. I mean, 2 steals in a row, but it's the team fight win. Oh, it just feels bad to see that.
Yeah, because I did think it was the wrong. I think it was a wrong decision for them to go to fight that dragon, because you know you have your Baron, you can just boost up mid lane, and you probably gonna get your mid inhibitor with all your power.
Yeah.
But the fight turned out so well for them, it doesn't matter.
Oh, we'll have to wait and see what happens next. I mean, it's gonna be relying on some Elder Flips potentially at this point in the game.
Yeah, Elder Flip.
Reasonably far behind. I mean, not in gold, but just in terms of everything else.
Yeah, Elder Flipping will be what King's College want, I would say. So I think College of Esports have some tools to prevent that.
Mm-hmm.
For example, taking like 1 or 2 inhibitors before the Elder spawn.
Yeah.
Basically can be able to lock King's College in their base, but we have to see how they do that. They'll have to make a pick before that first.
Alright, still pushing out some waves. Best thing for Kings to do right now is just pretty much follow a few waves. Everything that you can get right now, get the gold for the next fight. I mean, Elder's still not spawning for another 4 and a bit minutes, so you've got a lot of time before then, but of course there is going to be a Baron before that Elder actually ends up spawning. Right now, it might just be a case of, okay, we're just going to start pushing waves and maybe look for something if you're College of Esports.
Especially looking at Kassadin, only level 14. Not a great spot. Yeah. Not a great spot. Like, an Elder fight, a level 14 Kassadin is not what you want. So, I doubt he will be able to farm that level 16 in the next, like, few minutes. So, it will be tough. It will be tough.
So happens, Belveth looking for something there. Just going to be careful still, because absolutely as College of Esports, it's still very possible to lose this lead that you've managed to build up. Just from a few picks, especially given that the gold disparity. It's not actually that large, it's everything else, but again we'll see. College still just roaming around this topside jungle, looking for any potential angle to, I guess, take on another opportunity.
Yeah, conversion on this top tier 2 will be given up, but in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, that's just a kill strong to actually doing this thing. A little bit too far, but Dredge Line, maybe you can get 1 pick, just a little bit too tanky there, but you do get the 1 kill back on return, and it's a nice little pickup. There's the Noxian Guillotine coming in for a second, and that's the cleanup crew. Kassadin now unleashed there, a little bit of an overextension coming from College of Esports, and Kings maybe back in the game.
I think
they swung the gold at least.
Yes, they absolutely got what they wanted from the fight. They basically wiped College of Esports off the map. It was a brilliant flank by Kassadin actually, and especially with the Dredge Line. Even though they lost Volibear right at the first of the fight, they're able to get it back. So just showing you like how these Fed members can deal so much damage, especially Kassadin.
Yeah, and at this point in the game, it's going to be a little bit harder with Kassadin still level 15 for this fight. Worth noting that Riftwalk has not been upgraded to the final level where you get, more damage. Cooldown most importantly, because you can zoom and zip and zap everywhere with Riftwalk. But of course, mana scaling online, you have the Seraphs and everything complete, so sooner or later, you're dealing with damage.
Dude got so excited after the fight that he turned off his PC, so we restarted the PC.
Apparently Kassadin was so excited that he accidentally disconnected from the turn off the PC, apparently.
Impressive. It's going to take a little bit of time for them to get back in the game, reconnect and everything, especially between spectator delay. Of course, they're ahead of us. So it's going to be a few minutes, I would say that. yeah, you can see the some disconnects happening right now.
Yeah.
What a time did these see?
Yeah.
What a time, yeah.
Give them time to actually do like prep talks. You know, it really is like American football now.
Yeah.
Like
Yeah.
before, like the ref herald, there was a pause,
Yeah.
and then they were doing the ref herald. It really is like American football. It's just quite funny. So as the coaches or the casters, we will obviously talk about what they're thinking next. Obviously, College of Esports not very happy with the result, but obviously not the end of the world. We see the Witsend coming in for Belvedere on 3 items, looking good for the possibly the Baron fight before the Elder fight. So this is an interesting time because the Baron comes in to 2 minutes and the Elder comes in 2 minutes 40. There is a sliver, like if you do the Baron right away and go to the Elder, you will have to play an uphill battle kind of, because you have to play the battle with them having the positioning already. Or the alternative is to say give up Elder and just take the Baron and push one inhibitor in like one of the lanes. That is kind of a trade, and I personally don't like that because the Elder is just so, the Elder Dragon is so powerful. Yeah.
Especially with the way that your structures are currently, there isn't really an opening to be able to make some sort of substantial crack into the base. If that was a possibility, then there is more merit to making this play, as you say. But yeah, there'll definitely be some decision making to come from both teams, but the focus will be on the Elder because, I mean, if you have the same sort of repeat of this team fight around Elder, it's just a matter of potentially one team wins the game. These leaves, I mean, it's 45 minutes now, but you add another 4 on. Well, no, it's not going to be quite 4, but like you add another 2 to 3 minutes onto that. Death time's getting progressively longer. You can make some pretty big pushes.
Absolutely. Like, it's not that long, to be fair.
No,
it's
not
not
yet.
that long because I believe that time is linked to game time.
Yes, it is.
And it is, even though we have had 4 dragons and the second Baron spawning soon, we are actually still on 25 minutes in the game, which is not, I wouldn't say it's a typical experience.
It's very, very, very early Elder, actually,
Yeah.
in fact.
Yeah.
People just been doing Drakes on time, and
Yeah.
one team managed to steal 2 of them somehow. Otherwise, we wouldn't be in this game state right now. But we are in this game state. So,
Yeah, very on time. And it was 6:30, I remember, when they did the first Inferno Dragon. So, just right after the spawns, basically. Yeah, but speaking of the potential Elder fight, we were talking a few things both teams want to do. So College of Esports want to either pick someone off before, that would be like the ideal.
Yeah.
The second best scenario will be kind of like setting up traps in the choke points where your the event horizon can actually do a bit of CCing, and then your Belvet can maybe either through a flank or through getting a kill from killing one of the front lines, and then kind of pop off from that. But it's not that easy to do because on King's College they have a few champions who can flank around. So obviously Cassidon is the obvious solution, but in the last fight we actually had Darius doing a lot of work. And from what we saw, they Call of Esports picked off the Volley Bear through a series of CC and damage, but lost the fight eventually. The fight we saw just now. So they have to really seriously think about how they want to play the fight in either Baron or Elder. A lot of choices actually. Like the game is more close than you think.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, after that fight, it absolutely is. Just being able to get those extra resources, it's a lot of, I guess, an injection of stats. Let's just put it that way. And stats, time to get XP for killings, and that's what's going to change the fights at this point. The other thing is now with more damage, and the fact that sure, Belvedere got Witsend, but Witsend doesn't actually give you health. Yeah, it gives you the MR, but not the health. So Belvedere's sort of relative survivability to the amount of damage you might have just got is probably low. You probably burn through Belvedere faster now than you just did.
Yeah, it is, and yeah, I'm just thinking, what kind of items will they buy in the next 2 minutes, just to gauge what their level is.
I mean, Draven's not too far from the Bloodthirst. Seems to me.
Yeah.
That's a pretty key item there. Dead Man's Plate coming online soon for Volibear, and Darius is a while away, and so is Castan. So only really 2 key item spikes, and fortunately for College of Esports, they're good for Kings, obviously, but not necessarily the most impactful item spikes you might be seeing. coming in the next few minutes.
Yeah, and I think for say Kazakhstan, having that stopwatch ready for the
Yeah.
fight will be quite important. So he does have a stopwatch. I believe it's unbroken. It's still
Yeah,
using
available,
it.
absolutely
So
ready for use.
So that is the thing I want to look for, because Kazakhstan in the next 2 minutes will be one of those like farmers in harvest season. It's like get that comfy tractor just rushing around the map.
Combine harvester.
Yeah, yeah. One of those, basically. Getting to level 16 can be huge, especially with the reduced revolve cooldown, as you mentioned.
Yeah.
That will be. I think that is kind of the win condition. I think, like having Kazakhstan have a flank, have with level 16. I think they can burst through every other member, maybe except Belfast for a little while, but maybe because especially with the Wits End, there's some MR going on.
I mean, the point is you might be able to take out some pretty substantial damage carries in that time. So, see what happens. Still waiting for, of course, the players to get back into the PC and back into the game. So, takes a little bit of time. Shouldn't need too long though.
Yeah, it does happen, these pauses, and that's why you will have us talking to you a lot. Sometimes you think, wait, have you not said this before? And then you realize that, oh yeah, of course we've said this before.
Yeah,
We've
yeah.
been this game for like 15 minutes, even though like the game time is 25.
Yeah,
And-
I mean, technically it would have been like 40 by now. We've actually had the game should have been over, maybe. Who knows? Maybe it will go past 40.
Yeah,
Just wait and see.
in an alternate universe, we'll be talking about Game 2 right now.
Or maybe we would have had a 20-minute pause earlier in this game, and an alternate universe we would have finished. We wouldn't even
Yeah.
be at this point.
Yeah.
You never know.
We're back, but there'll be a little bit of a delay, so
Yeah.
that's why.
Alright, teams at mid lane is fine now, but we're still going to be waiting for spectators to catch up. So, still will be a few minutes for all of you watching at home, and I suppose in the venue as well, because you won't be able to see the player perspectives. But, there you have it.
Yeah, I'm still at first
I may
surprised that
definitely need to break then, just for the spectators to catch up.
What?
Might send it to a break then for the spectators to catch up.
I mean, sure, we can do that.
Yeah.
Alright,
See.
in the meantime, as we're waiting for everything to sort out, it's going to be a short break. Hello everyone, we're back. Spectator finally caught up, although we're going to get debated for a little bit more, but this always happens with Spectator, nothing new. The mid laner has finally sorted themselves out. They are now alive in the game, all well.
Yeah. Plus 132 gold on Kazakhstan. Love to see it. Love to see the farm.
Yeah, they're doing very well on that front. So Magnus driven. Picking up a few more minions. I can hear a lot screaming from downstairs, I guess. Seems like something's happened for one of the teams because I'm not sure if that's coming through on screen, but
No spoilers, no
screaming.
spoilers. Objective bounties. Actually, I do think it's like... I don't like this mechanics, I'm not gonna lie. Like,
Be a little bit sweet.
yeah, because it calculates like the total team goal. Like, there's scenarios like where one person can be like really ahead on the team, but like the rest is behind.
Yeah.
And what happens is the other team can still get an objective bounty just because of the total goal difference. Anyway.
Well, they're falling off soon now, so it won't be very long. John's Crystal Arrow actually landed on the top side, so I think this casting might be dead, but it's just an Ari, and there's actually a little bit of support coming through. Belveth doing massive amounts of damage. Ari using the stopwatch to buy time. Can Casting get the kill? No, it's a shutdown. Ari gets out alive, and you get 2 picks just before this objective.
Ooh, this will be Baron for Call of Esports and potentially Elder. If they do a quick reset afterwards, they could just go to Elder, or they might just want to get an inhibitor mid lane right
This is the
here,
risky
right
play
now.
though. Draven coming in from the side, cleanses the cage, gonna kill Vigar. I mean, gonna go golden for the time being, staying around, and now the rest of the support the team. Like, that's just game.
Yeah, that is basically game. Inhibitor getting taken down, waiting for a wave though.
I mean, the wave's not that far, so it's a few seconds. Caston's still on 10 seconds left. You're starting to do the turret already. I mean, Belveth not taking much damage. Baiting away. Depth charge. Do drop the Sedge, and now with Caston alive, looking a little bit more dicey, but at the very least, you've opened up a negative.
Yes, so a bit of things happened, and both teams have lost some members. Looking for a reset right now. Call of Esports not going to touch that Baron just yet.
Right, gonna be a little bit slow to the point where we will have that nice little coin flip of which objective do I need to do and where I'm going to go on the map. That micro decision, I guess, between Baron and Elder. Both teams now will have all their members up, but not necessarily all their resources. Bolly Bear, they're still actually not having the ultimate ready.
Yeah, once again, I would not agree with this Elder flip decision with playing a 4v5. Sejuani coming up from base could join back potentially.
It can be difficult to try and stall that out. All we need to do is posture a little bit. Make K about half health. It's getting progressively closer to being within steal range. There's the apprehend first, and immediately takes down Ari already at a 4v5 once again. College of Esports trying to look for the reset. Belveth does get it, and it's that enough damage. Going golden, stalls the time. Can't get the reset, gets another reset. The healing from Belveth is just too big, and College of Esports finally get that objective just as they needed.
Nah, that is so nasty. 2022 League of Legends champion.
Yeah, I think that's one way to put it. That will be game absolutely now. Curtains for KCL for this first round. Huge win for College of Esports to try and make it for the next round. Just going to dunk on Chinese person for the ace in the meantime, but congratulations on their first win of the pools. Definitely going to set you up to potentially making it out soon.
Wow, congratulations to College of Esports indeed. We said they have to like make an upset, take one game and see how it goes. And they did, and in such fashion and style, a very dominant early game with all the dragons taken and stolen.
I mean, that was huge. I mean, the 2 steals were just beautiful to actually watch. I mean, obviously horrible if you're on the side of KCL to see happen, but big swing. I mean, they did throw away a little bit of the lead towards the end there, but that last fight there, Belveth just about getting the reset on their health. Enough time for to be able to clean up the rest of the fight.
Yeah, and next up we will have Imperial College against SOAS.
Correct.
And what are your expectations for that game? As exciting as this game, or less?
Well, if I remember correctly, SOAS were the team that brought us the infamous Lethal Temper and Nasus Moon.
Okay, we're in for a treat, guys.
We're gonna have some fun. We're gonna have some fun stuff versus ICL. Of course, ICL right now probably the favourites to be winning the entire tournament, perhaps. Definitely looking to have a very strong roster. Of course, actually having the only ex-champion on their roster, of course, coming from LSE now on the Imperial roster. So definitely have some pedigree on that front as well.
I want to see Nasus Bit again.
Yeah. With
Yeah.
lethal tempo.
I'm okay. I don't need to hold the lethal tempo. I have the Nasus Bit, it's fine. I did play it once, did go well for me. Yeah, so I want to see how the pros do it. How the professional Nasus Bit do it.
One and only. But we'll see that in a moment. For the time being, we're actually going to throw it to a real break so all the teams can get set up and we'll be back once everything's ready.
And
Hello everyone, once more for the 2023 edition of London University Esports Tournament. We're here for the game 2 of Group B. So last versus ICL.
Yeah, this is a game that I expect ICL to win. I am a bit of an ICL fanboy, but again, I think we agree that they are the favourite of this tournament.
There's the tournament, there's the group, yeah.
Yep. But as we saw last game, upsets can happen. There are strange things can happen. Ari top Sejuani mid can win. I didn't think that would happen.
Nor did I. But we're going straight into draft. Very quick one. Right off the rip, any man.
Yep, it is a very good support mid flex. Fair enough. I don't like it. I tried to play it. I feel dirty when I do that. When I play any mid, it feels like, wait, I pressed 3 buttons and the other guy's dead. And it's a disgusting champion. Then
don't have to worry about farming, you just queue the minion, you get the reset, you pull down the mana refunds.
It's so fun, it's like you queue the minion, bana's back! And then we have, what is that ban?
It's a Hecarim.
A Hecarim ban. And then a Jax ban coming through as well. Hecarim, I love jungle focus from ICL actually.
I mean, something weird did, if I remember correctly, with Solas is that the jungle mid, or at least some of their players were a bit flexible with with jungle positions. So definitely bear that one in mind. Wukong, I believe, was actually played by Solas last time rather than anything, but 4 jungle bans overall between the two teams.
Yeah, especially from Imperial College, really heavy bagging out the jungler. The Warwick first pick from Solas, it can be a flex. Can be a top lane Warwick, can be a jungle Warwick, so not a bad first pick, I would say.
Yeah, definitely coming down comfort road, let's say, for that. I mean, I think, if I remember correctly, they added some pretty good stuff in top lane with Warwick, just in sort of like 1v1 scenarios, but I see a hovering Rakan might be that famed R1 R2 Zyra Khan.
I would agree. I think it is a Zyra Rakan angle. Zion not necessarily, but Rakan absolutely. Rakan, a very strong enchanter, and we do see the lovers duo. You love it, you hate it. Some people like, it's fun. Some people think, it's really boring. I think it's really boring.
I do too.
But then I play it in my games. So.
I'm not a Zyra enjoyer. I mean, I don't mind playing the champion, but and it does feel fairly good right now with the item power level, at least last time I played, although it was a little while ago. But yeah. Varus' response, we did actually see this a lot last week, so last time we had the counter pick lane into Zyra Khan was poke Varus and Zyra, which actually worked really well to just say, we just won't interact with you, we're going to poke you from a long range, we're just going to basically shift the comp from where it was into the poke comp, and ended up winning the game.
And looks like that's what they're looking to do with the Varus Lux. Not a famous combo, I say, but they do have a lot of poke abilities. Master, you have it. I hope that's a joke.
No, you never know.
Yeah,
I see I played 4 ADCs last time.
Yep, and the set as a potential flex in the top and mid. Set can be fairly solid into the Warwick in the top lane. Vex ban, a mid lane ban from ICL.
Yeah, I still recognise him. This is just Varus Lux. We'll decide you're not going to put the Lux into mid. Makes sense versus Rakan Zyra, so we're just going to keep targeting this mid pool. Makes a lot of sense, although I'm not sure if the Vex will also be necessarily within Solas's champion pool. I mean, I'm still excited to see I still have hopes for Nasus.
I still have hopes for Nasus. I don't think you will see it, I'm not going to lie. Like, you see Saya, you probably don't want to play Nasus. No, yeah. You see Set, you're like, maybe not a good idea. And you see Akshan ban. Akshan is actually one of the highest win rate mid lane.
Oh, really?
Yeah. It's, I think it's above 55 in Plat Plus. It's really insane. Shyvana ban? Shyvana, I would assume it's a Shyvana jungle ban, but I think, have we seen Shyvana played elsewhere?
Not in this tournament.
No, not in this tournament, just the jungle. I do think Shyvana top has some potential, do think so, but I haven't seen it. Syndra ban from Solas. More restricted melee once again, Master, you have to please pick it. I actually kind of want to see it now. Like, and at first I'm scared, but now go for it.
Send it.
Yeah, send it.
Don't have balls if you don't pick it, so you're gonna do it. But at least then, yeah, there we go. So that's the champ with balls, as they say. Always a pretty good forcing tool, as is normally with Lee. Vi as well, also a pretty good forcing tool, although in a different way, just being able to click your R button and say, I'm going to lock you down for a little bit, and there's not much you can do about it.
I think Vi is kind of like correct champion to pick here, like having the assault and battery. Oh, sorry, the cease and desist, not assault and battery.
Battery's
The old one, I think. The old ultimate name, I think.
I believe it's still in the kit, but I might be wrong.
Oh, okay.
I'll check it.
But it might be the Q then.
Yeah, I thought it was the Q.
So the cease and desist can really lock down some targets. Speaking of locking down targets, Jarvan is here, seeing 3 champions with no escape ability. They say the Cataclysm.
I mean, it's the classic in Desire, right?
Yeah.
You realise that, okay, well, I can't lock Zai down with most things, but I can still lock Zai down with Cataclysms. You can't get out of that unless you flash it over.
And we have the Gadio. Well, not the Gadio, we have the Aurelian Soul. I guess a similar combo with the Gadio. You just have a very short range combined with the Sky's Descent. Ari is covered here. I'm not a fan. Okay, I'm not a fan. I don't think Ari is that good despite being seen in 2 games.
Interesting. I mean, this is actually balking your damage output slightly, I think is the key here. Right now with this Ari pick, you're actually quite reliant on Zaya to be doing a lot of the damage within your fights. Which is slightly difficult with the sort of shift to range that Soaz has had post picking Warwick. So I guess Warwick versus Set in the top lane going to be isolated. That'll be interesting to see how the lane plays out, because that'll have a lot of relevance. But outside of that, I think Soaz mostly just looking to play out lanes from a little bit further away.
Yeah. In an afterthought, I think Ari is fine now. Like you have a way to escape the Cataclysm. Your charm can stop Aurelian Soul from queuing down your throat. And it's just a good disruptive champion with a lot of mobility. You do lack in the damage department, but I think considering the circumstances, it's probably fine.
Yeah, it depends. I mean, as you say, the mobility that you do get out of having Spirit Rush is pretty useful into the champions that Soaz have picked in general. Just being able to get out abilities. So that's pretty much the key utility that you're getting out of this champion here, but again, it's going to come down to how lane phases were. If we look at last game, it's a matter of, well, if College of Esports managed to have a pretty decent early game, then it's not too hard to pilot that composition, but you could absolutely see it being a complete disaster in a situation like KCL getting ahead driven.
You know what I realized, like in the 2 compositions? Like, I think Imperial College has a very honest composition. Like, all the champions are very honest. Like, they do what they say. What it says on the tin. Like, maybe Rakan a little bit on the meh side, being OP, but Syed, auto attacks does what it do. That's what it does. And Set is just manly.
Punch things.
Punch things. Fight, punch things. Ari, we all know what it does. It's not like, wow, the damage. It's not like, wow, the mobility. It's just a very general champion. But
a generalist mage,
yeah. Soaz, though, has all of the dishonest champions. Like, you have the Varus. You see the AP Varus can one-shot people.
Yeah.
You see the Lux AP support can one-shot people. You see the Warwick, he just heals forever, like at low health. The Jarvan just, like, stops you. Particularly OP right now. Really disgusting champion right now.
Jarvan's great.
Yeah. And you have the Aurelian Soul, the most disgusting of all. Like, it's so disgusting with your Rhyhorn. You just like fly and then like you just spray your Rhyhorn on them. It's so disgusting. So that is a dishonest comp against an honest comp. So we are basically seeing if honest people win.
I mean, it's going to be difficult. I think there's a lot of positioning going on. Positioning and lane advantages. You got lane advantages, it's going to disrupt how comps are going to interact versus each other. It's Cataclysm. I think I'm waiting on that a lot. I'm really looking at this J4 to be the big player for Soaz right here.
I absolutely agree. Having played, I haven't played like games recently. I realized batting Jarvan made my life a lot happier. For reals. Batting Jarvan makes your life so much happier. You don't have to worry those like early game gangs. You don't have to worry about not having flash, because every time I don't have flash, I'll be like, oh no, Jarvan can ult me and I'll die. If you just ban it, no problem.
True.
Yep. So if Yumi is banned, I ban Jarvan. So there's a bit of caveat to that. So Yeah, Jarvan, public enemy number 1 for me for now. And now Soas has it. I want to see them use it to the extent that Imperial College is gonna ban a Jarvan next game.
That's a shame though of Yumi, you know. Because, I mean, I hadn't played League for 2 weeks actually. I've watched League, but I haven't played it for 2 weeks. But the thing is, with the Yumi rework, I'm just like, you know, I had so much time where I just was able to just not care about banning Yumi, and now suddenly I'm like, okay, well the cat's now usable again, so I kind of got to ban it.
Yeah,
It's annoying.
It's so annoying, like, because I thought I was smart. I was playing Mordekaiser,
Okay,
and I was like, okay, I could isolate the ADC, and the Yumi is out, and it's fine.
Sure.
But then I realized it's a Yumi Zeri, so I cannot get to Zeri after like ulting the Yumi, and then Yumi just hops on someone else, and actually it's useless. And I don't know what counters it again. It's so hard. Like Yumi takes team strategy to take down. So I don't like it.
League players, not cat people. Let's just put it that way.
Yep. Definitely a dog person.
It's a weird rework. I have to say, Riot historically having trouble dealing with Yumi, and for some ungodly reason, the Pokemon Company also decided that it'd be fun to basically add a Yumi clone into Pokemon Unite as well. So more MOBAs with similar champions with invulnerability because once they attach onto another champion, very fun and interactive gameplay. That's the thing. It's the interaction.
Yeah.
Interactability. The fact that you just can't target.
Especially with like Serpent's Fang not being in a great state in the game right now.
Yeah.
That's why I feel like a lot more grief like when playing against Yumi. We have talked about Yumi. I've talked about Yumi so many times on stream. It's like insane. And now it's back. So yeah. But back to the game though. I think in short, Varus Lux just pokey. Top lane is actually quite interesting because I do think the set has advantage in this matchup, but then there will be a lot of fighting in the top lane. So definitely more than last game where we have Ari farming and Darius farming. There will be a lot of fist fights in the top lane. So camera will pan to top lane more often. We might see even jungle intervention. Wow, like forbidden jungle intervention in the top lane because all junglers go bot lane nowadays. Mid lane might be a little bit of snooze fest, I'm not gonna lie. Orange Soul, very different from the pre-rework. Orange Soul.
Yeah.
Pre-rework is like I fly everywhere in row. Now is I don't fly until I'm farmed. You just like stay in lane.
He needs a Stardust.
Yeah. Just farm the lane and it's so stupid. It's like all of a sudden this jamming is strong and then Anyway. Maybe some coordinated dives into the bot lane because bot lane is good at poking, but also Ari roaming combined with Vi can be very good into diving bot lane. Especially there are actually you can actually have Xayah tank a bit first and then like ultimate when you get level 6. So there's one way of like juggling turret aggro, but otherwise I think if you get double kill in bot lane, losing one person is not that big of a deal.
Yeah, it should be. I mean, lane state's going to matter. I mean, you said it last time, sometimes you have situations where, let's say, bot side gets really favourable level 1, Birds of Suns, gets a reset. Definitely changes a lot of dynamics, so level 1's definitely going to matter, where junglers end up starting as well, but just to bring it back to standings a little bit, of course, in the current group we've had College of Esports get +1 on the board, and of course ICL. Just to reiterate, favourites coming into the matchup, favourites coming into the group, favourites of the tournament. So the expectation is the ICL will take the win. But Stars have been a very big surprise this tournament so far. We found this out the first week. Again, we'll go back to the Nasus, but that wasn't the only thing they did. I mean, the Nasus is just iconic. That's all I will say.
Yeah. If we are making like highlights of this tournament, that has to be
it. Has to be the highlight game right now.
Yeah.
Never before seen. Genuinely never before seen in my life. 10 leaf. I still don't know if that Keystone has ever propped that game.
Probably not. Probably not.
But they won, so it doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter. And now we are going into game.
Alright.
Bit of
second time?
Yeah. pleasantries exchange in the chat. Very polite people.
Aww.
Both
Look at
teams.
that.
Just looking at some summoners, very standard across the board once again. I guess the only, well, not surprised, the only thing I would point out is like both top laners have combat summoners instead of teleport.
Yeah, it's going to be skirmish, let's put it that way. I mean, Ignite, I'm very understandable with the set into Warwick. Having all that extra healing on low health. Like, Ignite just giving you that extra dueling power versus Warwick, and likewise, the barrier is always what you want because you know you get put the shielding on when you're low, and then you heal up. So,
Yeah.
definitely looking to play the 1v1.
Saya also opting for the cleanse for that extra safety into Varus Lux. That makes sense. Some people don't go for that extra safety knowing that you have your Featherstorm, but I think it's reasonable.
Yeah, I mean, it's a case of saying that, well, you know, if I get rooted up by either one of them, I'd rather be able to have an opportunity of being able to get out of that without having to burn my ultimate later on, at least.
What skin is this Arius green? I think it has to be a chroma. I've never seen this skin before.
Wait, hold on. The effects look like KDA.
Oh, it's KDOL. It's green.
Yeah, it's a chroma for it. Those effects definitely look like KDA. But here we are, very aggressive early level 1. Ignite straight popped away. Very big trade of 1987. Actually, almost getting the kill. Not able to get level 1 there, but zoning off the Varus and at least burning no sums on the enemy team. You're just basically using Ignite for pressure.
I think it's still really bad for Soaz here.
Yeah.
Like, popping a positive early and only getting back to 50% health. Like, puts you in so many situations.
Oh, well,
my God.
speaking of so many situations where you might end up dying, just about survives with a sliver of health, but now pretty much zoned off the entire wave. Mimitala there on the Lux, able to poke off a little bit more damage to even things out, but Icy Dog and Icy Steven able to keep pushing into wave, hit level 2, and I mean, you can reset on this if you wanted to.
I really like how Icy is playing this bot lane. Just making sure you pressure the poke lane before they poke you out.
Yeah.
That is like a really good way of playing the bot bot lane. Oh no!
Realise, but oh no, Jarvan is here indeed, and that's a little bit too much damage. Icy Dog trying to lay down the autos, flash forward from Steambomb. There's the Blade Caller, and Azaya gets first blood. Just about lives, doesn't actually. There's the final dick on the red buff, so it ends up being a 1-for-1, but I'd say it's pretty favourable for ICL.
Yeah, top lane. Ooh, both champions are so
Oh, set! The true damage there, coming in clutch, that Ignite preventing any sort of healing. Actually, no barrier procced from Warwick there, so feeling almost like Warwick might have been able to live if they decided to invest summoners.
Yeah, well, it was a face breaker haymaker combo, not allowing the Warwick to flash away, and Barry might not have been enough. So
Yeah, maybe not.
yeah, a very bloody early game start. We see Vi looking for Scuttle and maybe visiting, maybe not top lane, knowing that the summons are still up on Warwick.
I mean, Jarvan maybe encountering Vi very soon, just on the blue buff. Grump's still around there, of course. Jarvan harming bot very early to ensure that their bot lane didn't get completely annihilated, which was probably the correct decision given how the level 1 played out. Ended up at least making it a 1-for-1 as we saw, but Xayah now back to lane on the reset wave, pushed into them with the extra item. So bot lane in just an excellent position for ICL right now.
Absolutely excellent position. Actually, Lux had to go mid lane a bit to help out the Aurelion Assault as well. Just because Aurelion's low health had to reset. Ooh, just barely got a reset off. And now it's probably going to teleport back into lane as if nothing has happened.
Yep, I mean, focus up, teleport back in mid. And another big trade. I mean, Warwick will actually heal a little bit with the Q there, but actually decides to take the Q in, which I'm not sure if it's the right decision. Planix going down for a second time.
Yeah, that's overconfident. And saving summoners for next game, I think.
Yeah.
Unless there's a bug, but Barry and Flash is still up.
Yeah, I think barrier there and that little thing when you decided to take the Q back in, you pop the barrier, maybe get a little bit more healing whilst the barrier's up, and maybe Set's killable. Maybe, or at least maybe you get a flash out of it. But instead, dying and giving another kill over to Set, look at the items that Set has just purchased. That is going to be difficult to deal with now in lane.
Yeah, so having that Executioner's Caller and Pegasus on top, it's it's gonna be really tough. Raw AD is quite good, I've said, especially in the early levels. They're gonna output a lot of pressure, especially your trading combo on set involves like 2 very fast auto attacks. So that's why flat AD is like really good on set early on. It will be tough, and we'll see if jungler intervention is going to change anything. Both junglers seem to be quite allergic to top lane right now.
Yeah, just deciding to leave it alone. I mean, at the moment, in the case of ICL, it's probably fine. There's a flash out, misses the Q, and like binding onto Rakan there, so just a free summoner for ICL.
Yeah, both Vi and Jarvan, might be a 3v3 angle right here.
Okay, by just popping over the blast cone, looking to start the chem tech. The bomb's still around. So as his ball lane is weaker though, however, and I think that just getting my priority though, Vi just decided to back off and get a reset, as they haven't actually reset yet, and you can just see the difficulty that Warwick now has playing into his headset.
Yeah, Warwick not ahead is not fun. You kind of have to somehow get a comeback kill, otherwise your lane is kind of done.
Yeah, it's already pretty difficult.
Yeah, usually in 5v5 environments, to say if you get solo killed once, it's okay, but when you get solo killed twice, it's pretty much over. Like, it's 2 solo kills is really hard to come back from.
You can just see right now, I'm just getting absolutely zoned off. You basically can reform onto tower. Sherman blocking the electrocute there. Alright, well, in a turn of events, so I somehow managed to actually get this Chemtech Dragon whilst Vi was on reset and palming topside, so nice little consolation prize at least, but looking to be setting up for a dive on this poor little dog.
Yeah, deciding to keep playing with the unstoppable actually of Warwick Q actually just completely ignores the set's ultimate, so unable to kidnap Warwick away from the tower. That means the dive has to be postponed, possibly.
Yep, seems like it. Vi actually just pretty much not really doing much on the top side as a result of this. No pressure being exerted anywhere right now from nonchalant nature.
Yeah, I should think about trying to gank mid lane as well. Ooh, forcing on the flash from Aurelion Soul.
Yeah,
and oh no!
There, but J4 here for the return. Asherman having to use that dash away, but Cataclysm going to finish the job, and slight overextend for the flash from Asherman, and it's going to get punished.
That's really annoying. It was a good play. It's just unfortunate that jungler was there to perfectly clean up with the EQ flash.
That's just always the excuse, come on, jungler was there.
I'm just feeling bad for Ari there. Like it was a good combo. But yes, starting with the it is that really disgusting job, and where you start with a Dirk and then you go into your gold drinker. That thing, I don't like it. I don't like it as in I don't like playing as it. It's very good. It's very good. Do that every time you play German, get a Dirk. You feel like the damage like doubles or something.
Oh yeah, I mean Dirk is one of those items that just gives you so much raw damage just off one item. Really high at the AD plus the bounty. So nice one item spike, but obviously if you don't build into it that well, you have the caveat of you have to build into an item you don't necessarily want to.
It seemed like the action in bot lane died down a bit. I haven't really panned there that often. It was
no, although 68-44, you're doing pretty well on Zaya there. Just that CS gap alone is giving you gold. Speaking of gold, ICL almost, with this Herald actually will be just about 2k in the lead.
Yeah, still quite comfortable. Like even having losing the first Chemtech Dragon, looking to probably go for a dive mid lane, but the wave is just not there.
Yeah, no wave. ASOL actually right now somehow being able to clear those pretty well, just with the fire breath, although that's a pick up of the jungle, potentially J4 getting pretty damn low, 2v1, and will get cleaned up by the Vibe.
Oh, I think that might be their true intentions.
Yep, there's the dive, that's exactly what he wanted, cannot escape that one once the Enforcer comes to you, and a double for Imperial.
Oh, that is such a ton of events. Oh, sorry?
Actually popping the Featherstorm really early there and just gonna get punished for that. Meanwhile, a top lane kill most likely. There's the flash forward, and it's actually gonna get traded back just about. So whilst ICL did get that winning play in mid, bot side, top side, not necessarily what you wanted.
Yeah, that must be annoying. It feels so annoying for those IC players in the mid lane. Like, oh wait, we got something, and then they look at top and look at bot and like, oh no. But it's fine. They still have the 3K gold lead right now, so they can't be that sad about it.
Yeah, it's not the worst turn of events, let's just say. I mean, still waiting a little bit more gold. I see Steven there just stopping the back. Be a little bit longer for Varus to actually get that reset there, but yeah, as you can see, still very much a gold lead for Imperial right now. So I still do, of course, have that one Drake from earlier, so maybe if they get the stacking going, that's at least something in their favour.
And Vidus just finished the Black Cleaver with cooldown boots. That means that Vidus will just be very strong in those like skirmishes where you get to like stack those Black Cleaver stacks before you die, because usually in a team fight you don't really get to stack them that often.
No.
Yeah.
So continuing to push their lead in top side. Warwick still looking for that bulk availability. Dragon on spawn in the bot side. Ashramon maybe getting caught a little bit. Charm onto the J4. Dodges away from the light binding. Everfrost to lock up. How good is that? Cataclysm is going to lock onto free, but not really going to mean too much in the end. Ari is getting very low. There's the Sky's Descent. Not the big one, but the small one instead. Actually, Ari still somehow alive there with the mobility from the Spirit Rush, and Varus Q actually piercing arrow, unable to kill, so Fox somehow so slippery that she's still alive.
Yeah, that is the most. I mean, one of those like RE things that you can do, like even as a general, just have that mobility, and Varus will just die under the turret, but Vi might be taken down as well.
Tanky enough to not die. I see Steven however will, and going for the redive onto the Lux. Not too sure about that one.
Yeah, well, they tried, but actually two of them fall to the tower. I see Dog getting found by Steven.
Steambarn has not got the ultimate available though, but it's just something. Come on, one more Q. Come on, you've got to have a flash away from the Q. Icy Dog gets out, but I guess it's flash for flash in the end.
Yes, not too bad. I did think I did double fall, but I didn't see that he still had flash available. Overall, after all those events, the gold lead hasn't really changed. Actually, that's not true. The gold lead is 5k right now. It must be due to those platings, and I think overall Icy did get more kills in.
Icy still ahead of them. Steven should just be able to finish the Drake whilst this is going on. So it will actually be a slight trade away. Fly unable to steal that as she goes over the wall, but it's a trade away for more gold towards Imperial. So make what you will of that.
Yeah, it's not the best trade deals. Like on paper, you think, oh, 2 kills for a dragon is not too bad. It's actually really bad because now you put yourself in a position where you cannot contest the dragons afterwards, and Warwick just having really fun time top there.
Actually feeling a little bit infinite duress. Ignite definitely going to burn that a little bit down, and Showstopper to finish the show. Crown X starting up time.
Yeah, one of those Feast of Famine champions, I guess. You get behind, you just still not having the first item. That is not a great feeling to have as a top lane warrior.
You can see the gold lead sort of coming to fruition right here. Zaya taking down a little more plating.
Yeah, look at like the poke composition. I think it goes into a problem where not having like, I think all the gold went to the Lux, who is going to complete the Ludens, which will be quite good. But for Varus, not great. Actually, not going to poke Varus.
Yeah, I would say it's sort of a mistake here.
Yeah, I would think so too.
Very difficult to play sort of at that sort of range as Varus here, especially because Set can actually sort of walk up to you and you get engaged by Rakan just like that. Very hard to space, and therefore you just kind of die. I mean, obviously this is too early in the game, and this Varus hasn't even completed the shield bow yet, but that's precisely the point.
Yeah, it feels like Varus will take so long to come online. Oh, so looks good.
Very nice Everfrost timing, making sure that Aurelion Soul is CC locked forever. And yet again, I seal up to 10k.
It's like we were just chatting, right? We were doing stuff from 2k and then with 3k, 5k, and then 10k. Oh wow, it was kind of over. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, not great. You know, it's sort of that trade-off. You got your Drakes, but at what cost?
Yeah, it was just a quick like 5-10 minutes, and it's like a lot of things happen on the map where it's like it's like a vicious cycle where you are compounding your bad decisions or the gold deficit into those plays. Not having so go ICL going for that Rift Herald. Well, further, you have 10k gold, you took and you basically
I mean,
break
it's
open.
free, isn't it?
Yeah,
That's
but,
the point.
yeah.
You get local gold now, so it's not so bad as it used to be. Just being able to get that straight off the back of that, and at this point you are so ahead. But the extra structural damage is pretty beneficial. So,
Yeah.
16 minutes, pretty fast game so far as far as I'm concerned.
Oh.
Go further, actually landing that one, suppressing downs, a lot of damage coming out from set. Well, W finishes job, doesn't even need to be in the center.
Yeah, didn't even manage to get it from that. Oh, steep bun
That's
falling.
unfortunate. That is also a case of you're getting money gapped and you're
Money
J4,
gapped.
and it's the same case with Lux right here. Warwick a little bit different. Icy Dog can't actually engage that one, so maybe just leaving the support to die. And actually gonna die themselves because Warwick has the tracking on that one. Will actually flash over to get the Zone. I'm not sure if that was needed.
Yeah, I think a bit of a desperate flash is like,
Yeah.
I really don't want to miss this kill, but I think it's probably alright. Ashraman might be in trouble.
There's the charm. I think you should be okay. No infinite duress to space that, and actually going to take a lot of damage from the Everfrost themselves because they don't really have any defensive items right now. Just Bulk, of course, too far behind to be able to itemize them.
Yeah, and it's
Still looking for it.
still a bit of fighting going on, but Warwick should heal back up with his weight in no time. Why coming down though? Might be a 2v1 situation.
Seeing if they can bait the dog in. Looking for the prey in Astroman in here. Very, very juicy eye there on the menu. Unfortunately, still a bit too strong as well.
Yeah, money gap. It is some money problems, so as has a bit of money problem, like looking at
Bait doesn't work. Rakan battle dancing back over
Wow.
there. There's the season is straight up the journey. You don't have any follow up aside from Rakan right now. No damage. Hazman feature gets one on the other end. Here comes the rest of the team collapsing, looking for the kills. There's the charm.
Oh my.
1 to 3. Nothing else to come right just yet. But Featherstorm, Gnome's died. Viking keep going forward. Flash over the wall. There's the meat grinder. GG. That's an ace.
wow. I thought they were able to get something like with Jarvan. I
It's
think
close.
knocking up 3. Very nearly securing some kills, but it's so one-sided in the end if we look at the outcome of the fight. And now Harold is going to be placing the bot lane.
Yeah, ICL just saying, you know what, let's just go for the fight. We're ahead, we win this, push it. We have a Herald, pop that bot, do a little damage, stop any Drake stacking of this mountain. And it's a mountain Drake, it's an individual mountain. Just going to make it a little bit harder for Soras to even be able to kill the members of ICL here, so very much an uphill road.
They're really showcasing the power of Rakan here in the last team fight,
Yes.
especially with the quickness, locking up multiple members, chasing them. Like it was a chase. It wasn't like them coming to. Oh no, the dog is in trouble.
Yeah, Verno's clown, truly clowning. Going into the infinite duress there, a lot of damage, unable to land final spark, and as a result, Warwick's going to go down. Almost did kill the Ahri as a result. Jarvan's still looking for it, dashing back and forth and over the walls, and with the extra healing that you get on top of that Ahri, going to be absolutely fine.
A bit of a cleanup here. Vi trying to get a piece of the cake, but all the enemies have been banished from the Summer's Rift.
How sweet.
Yeah, pretty much. 1940, almost at that Baron spawn point. You can see ICL already having set up premature vision and topside to prepare for it. Might as well do the Baron at 20, just push down a few turrets in the meantime before it spawns.
Yeah, finally shield ball complete for Varus. I think at this point it doesn't really matter, but if we are thinking hypothetically a comeback for SOAS, then on its way. Scaling is on its way.
been looking for a crypto, to try and win the game. Get Icy Dog to PayPal them.
Yeah, I think these needs divine intervention to kind of turn around this game. Crypto maybe as well. Crypto.
Yeah. Well, here we are. Baron's getting done. There it is. Secured by ICL. Balloons the gold even further. I mean, yeah. I feel like ICL right now definitely have the bank to give a bit of charity over to SOAS, but how much charity is a question.
Well, it depends if they want to do it this game or game 3, where they pick 5 ADCs, maybe 5 supports. That's a shout.
Well, you still got to win the game. Last time,
Oh.
a little bit of confusion afterwards, given the circumstances.
Oh, yeah.
How that happened. Lost the game, so I feel like a repeat of that is pretty unlikely to happen. Except though, here getting 3v1, straight up for the showstopper. Going in with a true damage, locked up by Asol, and it is a numbers disadvantage, but somehow has a future because he's still alive. Ari as the clean through, trying to actually get a triple of this, looking for everything else. I mean, right there.
Ari?
Penta is in range, but Warwick is in the base, so I don't think this is gonna be a Penta.
I think what the dog is not giving it.
Yeah, what the dog doing?
What the dog doing?
Oh well. The dog is watching the base crumble as there are 2 Baroned up waves looking to lay waste the enemy Nexus. And that's it, ICL taking the W as expected.
I think this game really showcased like the strengths of ICL, like being able to like build that lead and snowball it away. Like it was a 2k lead as we were talking about. Snowballing away like from that lead is actually not trivial.
No, it's not.
It's not trivial at all. So this is like I don't think SOAS. It's like if you see SOAS, they didn't int. They didn't like throw themselves at ICL. It's actually very incremental from ICL to snowball that lead, but they just like combine in a very short pace where they do this play after this play after this play, then I can like get like I don't know, Baron, Dragon, all that.
And you can even see the restraint in times where they realise, okay, we want to make a play, but it's not actually realistic. You can see it in top side when they try to go for the set, drag the Warwick out of tower, but as soon as Warwick uses the unstoppable, I'm like, I mean, he's not that high on health, but it's too risky to go for the dive, so let's just take the reset here on the tower and then try again next time, which is the right thing to do here, because you don't have that risk of being able to lose out potentially very big on a play like that.
Yeah, so these are the things, if you want to improve your game, that you should look for these. Like, these are actually one of those things. Maybe not quite in solo queue, is more team dependent, but you know, in the 5v5 corners plays, if you want to like learn how to play better, like look at ICL. Like this is a very good game to show how to snowball a lead out of control.
Yeah, very, very refined sort of gameplay. Controlled, absolutely. I mean, a few misplays here and there, but that's bound to happen, especially at this level. We'll see what happens though next. Just going to throw it to a break before we get our next matchup, but shouldn't be too long. Where's the new spec link?
Oh, they're drafting right now, so I don't know if you guys are already online.
Nope. LUE, Game 3, drafts in, got a lot going on.
Yeah, so we have seen a lot of bans coming through, like the Ash and Viga is like kind of like target banning Call of Esports, and we can see the Sire ban from Call of Esports saying we don't want the Sire combo. But the picks coming in is like, we see the Belveth, and we see it's actually very similar from what we see last time, yeah. Like we have the Belveth, we see the Sodrani. Sire is quite new.
Yeah, it's interesting because the Belveth is something that College Esports picked last time. It's Imperial piloting it. Size, yes, of course, new, but wait and see what happens there. I think Imperial realising its edge mid and saying that, you know what, we could pick Size into that. Fairly decent lane for us. Allow Size to sort of get into the game a little bit. And there are two big pick tools at least for Group CC. And I actually really like Zoloft here.
Yeah, I like it so much. Like you see like two guys on the other team having like lockdown. Ooh, they have this unstoppable thing. And so good for Size as well. Like the jungler and the mid laner have like such good ultimate abilities to steal from. So far, College Esports, I would say they're behind in the draft so far.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see what they actually end up going for. Very unusual there. With the knowledge that this Sejuani is most likely going mid. This Vayne still has potential to be going top. Definitely flex pick. I mean, hell, the Mumu is that as well.
Yeah.
Able to go support too.
I quite like the Vayne here, like seeing how do you kill Olaf? Death is the best CC. So that's one way, and seeing like Belveth with damage reduction, true damage goes through that damage reduction. So Rel ban here is just interesting. I think haven't seen Rel for a bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I mean, not to say that the champions are very weak, it's just that the Rel's player base is ridiculously small.
Yeah.
One of the least played champions in the entire game, for good reason. Very clunky kit, although can definitely have pretty good synergy in certain spots.
Definitely have those like big AoEs, but it's just like hard to. I would say not that hard to pilot, but it's just like it's just slow.
Yeah, it's slow. I mean, big moments definitely. Just has to be played correctly and with the right compositions. Vex again seem like people just don't really want to be playing against a champion. Might just be saying that the Sedge isn't going mid. I'm not sure about the Vex ban myself here, so I think it is pretty well read here that the College Esports is continuing to put the Sejuani mid, as Twitch ends up being the final ban. Not something that Icy Dog actually has in their champ either, so again, I'm not sure about that.
Yeah, Twitch is kind of a menace because it can be played in a lot of like roles, but I haven't seen like teams in pro play or like coordinate play use it effectively yet, so I can't really comment on that. But it can be a menace. And last ban from Imperial will be the LeBlanc.
They really do seem to think that this Sejuani is going topside or in the jungle. I think otherwise, as we see this Raven hover here, maybe looking for some more bot lane priority. The only problem is that Raven, bit difficult playing into Imperial's roster so far, I would say.
Yeah, technically you can also play Draven top mid if you're feeling suicidal, but Malphite might be the shout here. Or not, or deciding to put the Vayne top lane and Kai'Sa in the bot lane, unless you're doing Kai'Sa support, but I think that is not a thing.
Yeah, it's not going to look like classic Kai'Sa. I mean, the one big thing that Malphite hover is if they do get locked in, it's a little bit sus with the silence.
The silence is very sus.
Yeah, the silence of existence. But no, Caitlyn response again. I mean, this is something that is in Icy Dog's champ pool and has been known to like playing this champion, just basically lane pressure amongst other things.
Yes.
So Caitlyn was always a strong pick.
Yeah, Caitlyn very good into the Vayne and or Kai'Sa depending who's going bot lane.
Just a range advantage.
Paired with the Renata Glass, which is really helpful in putting a W on the Olaf.
Yes.
I
think that's the key. Yeah. Maybe not. I mean, it's not terrible in lane just because of Renata's passage, allowing to get a little bit of extra damage off every so often. Definitely does add up there. Fiddlesticks game hold very interesting there. But yes, that bailout on Olaf excellent tool, gives Olaf the attack speed. Of course, if you do end up going into death, then all the more power to you. You're likely to get that reset.
Master Yi!
No way! The Master Yi came through. We actually got to see it.
Okay, I want to see College League saw some roles. Okay, so we have Sedge mid,
Yeah. It's a Mumu
Master Yi jungle,
Yeah.
Mamumu supports, and with Kai'Sa and Vayne top.
Main top.
And for Imperial side is Olaf top,
Yes.
Belfast jungle,
Silas.
Silas mid, and yeah, cool. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes
Yeah.
sense. Playing the Vayne into the Olaf, but I have researched into like the Olaf matchups. Actually, Vayne is fine.
Mm-hmm.
Like especially you just once you like get through you land your first axe, you just go in.
Mm-hmm.
And it's still fine. Works 400 Vayne. You just have a lot of base damage with your abilities that you kind of just one shot away. So it depends on skill dependent. Obviously, I think we'll see. I don't want to comment because it's kind of a skill issue, and jungle intervention. I'll say.
Yeah, this was the issue of if you start missing your Q, but again, it just goes back to the whole question of it's just how well you play it.
Yeah.
Gonna be a hands diff depending on, we'll see what happens. Bot side, Imperial pretty much always gonna have priority. That's pretty much a given with Caitlyn. Actually, to be fair, Kai'Sa can actually get level 2 quite quickly depending on how the lane's played. So maybe a little bit more variance coming into level 2, but past that point, not so much.
How bad would you feel if you're playing ADC and your teammate plays for not a gloss, but the bailout is not for you?
It's quite sad, isn't it?
It's quite sad, isn't it? But moving past that point, it's like, yeah, it's okay. It's not one of those combos you think of, like Caitlyn or Nasa.
It's not terrible though.
It's not terrible.
There are worse combos to pick in bot side. That's for sure.
And obviously we haven't talked about Master Yi. So
this is the true wild card right here.
I agree.
I would really like to know what Koji's was thinking. Whether it was just the fact that they saw ICL hover Master Yi 3 times last game and just felt like, you know what, we're just gonna taunt them and play Master Yi. But
playing Master Yi into Renata, not the best choice. But Master Yi does have a lot of true damage, which goes through damage reduction of Belveth. But other than that, and I guess not a lot of CC on the Imperial side.
no, there's nothing that's like strictly gonna stop the Master Yi from being able to run at them. The problem is that the Master Yi is still inherently a very squishy champion.
And meditate wouldn't help when you get a handshake by Renata, or you get ultimates or
Caitlyn's trapped.
Yep, Caitlyn. Oh, Caitlyn trap stops meditate?
You should do, yeah.
Because
I like
Caitlyn
it
trap
well.
is a root, right? But it doesn't stop channels, I think.
You still get a headshot.
Yeah, you're gonna headshot, but
Yeah.
yeah. Okay, we'll see how it interacts in the game.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. Actually, it shouldn't stop it. You just get headshot.
You just get headshot, but you also get like 80% or something ridiculous.
Yeah, damage reduction. Yeah.
What I'm worried about for College of Esports is the mid lane, because last game Johnny is playing against a Kassadin, which is fine.
Yeah.
This game you're playing against a Silas. A Silas with level 6 Johnny ultimate. Very scary.
And as far as it doesn't have to worry about playing into range matchup in the game, so it has no sort of warrant of being able to get poked out and just having to basically rely on abilities to keep farming. So Silas should actually be able to farm reasonably well in this lane as well, and if we saw anything from a pattern of last time we saw Johnny mid, there will likely be a CSD in favour of him.
Yeah, that's my kind of worry, but it's still an exciting game. Like seeing, I want to see the Olaf made. I want to see how it works. Like we talked about what happened in theory. It's like you land a Q and you just run in and trade. I want to see how it works out. Also, summoners. I think it's Ghost Flash, or I think it's just Ghost Flash for Olaf. I think that's the main summoners you're gonna take.
Yeah, Ghost Flash is quite likely. I've seen Ghost TP as well, just for top side. Depends on what you want. Ghost Flash probably makes a little bit more sense just to have that extra sticking power, especially into Vayne.
I think we haven't talked about a movement. Like I think they kind of drafted it as a flex pick, and then in the end they just kind of like put it in the jungle. Sorry, in the support. I don't think it's necessarily like a Mumu jungle is not a Mumu support is not necessarily like an amazing pairing. Like I would much prefer a Nautilus personally. You do have like surprisingly strong level 1, but other than that, you're kind of average because your Despair and the what was the
Bandage toss.
Bandage Toss is a Q.
It's the Q.
Despair is the W.
Yep.
E is the spinny.
I don't know what it is called.
Yeah, the spinny.
Yeah. I know what the animation
Yeah,
lack
yeah,
thereof.
yeah.
But the curse is sad about it. Now I have to look something. Hold on.
So
Hold on,
we're
folks.
all going to look it up. Tantrum. Yeah.
Good job. You remember.
So Despair and Tantrum aren't especially useful in terms of the 2v2 fighting. It's just pure damage.
Yeah.
So you're just relying on that like Bandage Toss using it twice, and I don't think it's that especially strong, except for level 1 or like very early fights.
Yeah.
So I think it might go a bit sad for Mumu, as usual.
Well, it seems like we're having some lobby issues for the time being, so it'll take a bit longer than usual to get in spectators. So for the time being, we're just going to throw it back to a break and we'll be back once we're actually loading into the Hello everyone, we're back. Finally, League Client decided to resolve itself, and now we're on Summer's Rift. Took long enough to get everyone into the lobby.
Yeah, and we have 5 people beelining mid lane, College of Esports, looking for an invade level 1.
Seems to be the case. Just sitting in the bush for a little bit. ICL nowhere to be found in this bot side right now. They just have their Renata Caitlyn in the bot lane, so.
Oh, we have a Vayne with 0 items.
That's fine. They'll go base and buy, and it'll be okay.
And it'll be okay. Yeah, they're just waiting. They're just waiting for a poor soul to walk past that point, but it was like it will not be the case.
The Vayne backs now, and then the Vayne can actually go buy items.
That's how I feel as well. I yawn like there's no fights in level 1. What's the point?
Resident sleep.
No matter what, we fight together.
Vayne has yet to have items, and minions have spawned, so this Vayne is about to go to
Wait! Did he not realise? Oh no. Vayne is going no items into lane against Olaf. Oh no. Ooh, they're actually committing for this, so Call of Esports.
On the bright side, at least the Vayne will actually have more gold to spend on their first back.
Yeah, you just get that Vampiric Scepter right away or something. I don't know. Like, what is a 1 item spike? I guess Vampiric Scepter?
I think Hasbro in the future realizes this.
Yep.
And it's just deciding, let's just take a bit of a trade. Because this Vayne isn't doing any damage back to me. And has no potions. And is now basing. Has no TP.
In a tricky spot being zoned for XP level 1, that is not nice. Bot lane, fairly peaceful. A big game for level 2. Level 2 soon. Not soon yet. Still on the first wave. Has found a future. Going
That
for a
is
bit
level
more.
2. And arguably, yeah.
Yeah.
No, you just back. Oh wait, it's
Yeah.
Velvet. Hold on. Vayne killable? Question mark. Very much almost.
Oh!
Flash away. Velvet has to do the same. We're gonna get over skirmishing. Bot side of the ignite here. There's the something going on across map. Olaf somehow snipes the Vayne. Icy Dog now getting killed by Master Yi. Master Yi looking for a second one. Flash forward onto Icy Steven. A double kill. So actually traded across the map.
Yes, that's good for College of Esports, especially having that Master Yi ahead is good, like a snowballing carry. And also the gold count goes to the right places. You kind of want to have like either 2 kills on Kaiser or 2 kills on Master Yi. 1 each is not ideal, but it's still good, it's still fine. Astro in mid lane on Silas. Yep, just having fun time into Strani, poking Strani out of the lane basically.
Yep. Not a great time for the Sejuani, but it's sort of expected given that we're Roftar is having a pretty decent night here. Yi going for this blue buff on very low HP. There's a Smite, but Smite does not heal you anymore. So hopefully that Meditate, that's a Pokemon. Meditate comes up in time for the Yi to survive.
It should be okay, should be doable. What is not doable is top lane Vayne. Top lane Vayne is getting another visit by Belva.
Unfortunately, this Vayne is only level 2, and the Vayne is dead.
Not a great time to be playing top lane, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, with the way level 1 started as well, and then getting your wave into this position where you're pushing into ICL, it just makes it all worse.
Yes, some people think starting items don't matter, but I think this game proves that when you go out of base you should buy items. But we will stop harping on that. Master Yi on the bot side, clearing the ground, maybe looking for another visit to the bot lane soon.
I'm meditating.
Okay, starting to regen themselves up with the W. Continuing to go down. I mean, forcing bot lane, fine. I mean, your bot lane slightly ahead, you've got that 2 extra long swords. It's a lot of AD, especially this early on for Kaiser, so an opportunity. I see Dog, I see Steven playing safe enough to avoid this at the moment.
Yep. I seem to notice that it will be another time for jungle combots and just playing fairly safely, fairly in range. But the wave is pushing, so that's a problem.
You're gonna end up basing. Oh, just taking a few more trades. This is the thing about those base damages right now, especially being ahead at this point. Vayne's just not going to have a very fun time. One big problem with Vayne is you just don't have really very much wave control either, so we're very much able to manipulate now. You having to go up topside to try and alleviate pressure.
Yep, pressure's kind of alleviated, so Vayne can farm these minions under the turret, but probably will have to take a base fairly soon again without health potions. Also, Sejuani have to take a base without health potions, but have a teleport, will teleport back safely.
Yeah, it's only a slight reprieve there. Tumbling straight in to another undertow from Olaf, not exactly what you want to see, but Olaf at level 6 to 4.
That's a bit of a Vayne spot moment, tumbling into the it's just a funnel trap. It's a funnel trap for Master Yi. Master Yi can stick all the minions under the top of the turret. But jokes aside, I see taking the first dragon at 6 minutes, very on time. It is the Inferno Dragon, I believe.
Alright, done. ICL, take the Drake. College Esports signs back out here. Belveth still looking for this Amumu. Dodges away from the knock-up and therefore will be safe to get out.
Not bad early game for ICL. I mean, the goat lead doesn't look a lot. Ooh, Sejuani coming forward, trying to look for some skirmish, but probably not gonna find much down here with how the wave is going.
Yeah, wants to wrap around, unable to do so. Simple as that. You still get the push. Get a reset for your bot side, which is still winning at the end of the day. Cash in a plate, even if it is shared between the sport. Every bit of gold matters.
Yep, absolutely. Quite a bit of farming game for now. Both teams just letting the lanes play it out themselves. Especially for Imperial College, quite happy doing that. Having
Actually on top side.
basically 3 wooden lanes. Yeah, basically having 3 wooden lanes, and jungler is just happy to encounter Gekken whenever.
I mean, that is where the gold lead is coming from, is you'd otherwise have this deficit on bot side of the plate plus the kills.
So it might be a bit of a slower pace early game than we expected, but I would expect the dragons to be on time. The next one will be at 11 minutes something.
Yep.
So it will be around 3 minute time. So teams might be just playing around that.
Shouldn't be too bad, just waiting on objectives, waiting on items. Myself this time definitely don't have quite as early game reliant, at least, or at least maybe, I don't know, not necessarily early game, but as snowball reliant of a composition can actually play out a little bit more. Especially with the Olaf just doing very well stylistically. The Olaf is the most ahead out of all members here, and doing this Rift Tower to try and further that and put pressure on the Vayne is absolutely a great way of being able to make this Olaf that much stronger.
Interesting item choices just to talk about is Rod of Ages on Silas. Usually, if you go Rod of Ages, you usually pair it with the first strike into range matchups, but obviously you have a melee matchup, you bring Conqueror for that team fight ability, but usually when you bring Conqueror you want to synergize it with the Everfrost where you can go around the map and do a bit more. Might look like bot lane's dive here, trying, Banish Toss doesn't hit.
It's definitely possible, even if you don't hit the Banish Toss though, you still get another plate off the back of this, so nothing really lost, and you still gain something at the end of the day. Belveth here looking for another kill, Sejuani very, very low, flash away, dodged away, actually taking a lot of damage from tower, and Sejuani gets out.
Yeah, not too bad. Bot lane a bit more spicing on.
Lulu going back in, trying to look for something bailout. They're dissuading the play any further. That, for a second there, I thought that the payment on the might actually hit, but there's the Mumu. Ultimate stolen away from Astro Man, actually missing completely. Myself still looking for something in the end. Still very alive, just about. Is this even cut off? You get one kill into the Caitlyn at least. It was a little bit messy, but we got there in the end.
Yeah, it's the least disastrous outcome, I think, for Imperial College. Would have hoped to have got more, but Master Yi!
Now that's a kill on Dicey Dog, there's no escaping that one. Looking for another one. If you get another Alpha Strike cooldown off, there might be an angle, but not enough CDR yet.
Yeah, unfortunately that is a one-way mission for Master Yi to secure 1 kill over there. And we were looking a bit juicy under the tower, but should be fine. Kaiser is coming to reinforce, so the dive should not happen.
Yeah, it's gonna be difficult. I mean, of course, with the CC, so don't want to take the risk. Just take the plate and leave. Get a reset. Better spend your gold, and of course, Belveth has clear to be doing.
Yeah, so besides from that, game is fairly slow. Top lane, there's no really explosive top lane action after the cover from Master Yi. But now you have the Ravenous Hydra complete on Olaf.
Very early.
Yeah, it's a very disgusting item on Olaf. Actually, just the Tiamat is already really disgusting. Giving you a lot of wave clear, allowing you to, well, basically choose when to stack the wave from there.
Yeah, precisely that, and you also get to exert more pressure in the Vayne as a result of that wave clear disparity you now have with the item complete. You see Vayne having such a hard time even trying to play out this lane here, but College of Esports looking for more picks, really need to be playing around Yi and the Kaiser, as there's the 2 members that have been actually being able to do things. But of course, being that minor in a 2.5k gold deficit, here we go. Hero looking for play, engage, goes straight onto Yi. Enough tools to kill their Ice Strike will keep them alive for just a second longer. But alas, it's still enough.
Yeah, currently is not the best time for College Esports to play these skirmishes. As we saw last game, Belveth is just really strong at skirmishes, especially with the completed Kraken Slayer. And now they're going to transition that to an 11-minute 30 Dragon. Ashramana in trouble though.
Yep, there it is. Ashramana getting caught out on mid lane here. Still just about alive. Bailout comes in. There's the shield. Renata taking over. There's another knockoff coming in from the Belveth here, and enough damage to try and force the play. Olaf also looking for it with the ghosts and Ragnarok. I think there's a little bit of Unga Bunga there from the Viking. And
oh my god!
Looking for a 2. Really wants this kill. On the toe, gonna connect. Just one more will do the trick. And there it is, double kill for Olaf.
That is Olaf without boots, by the way, audience. That is Olaf without boots.
Just Ragnarok move speed.
Yep, and Ragnarok and the ghost.
Yep.
Popped. Yeah. Nice champion design. That's all I would say. It's really annoying for to play against these champions with invulnerabilities.
I mean, it's just given the draft circumstances, you don't really have anything that's able to stop the Olaf even outside of Ragnarok properly. And we'll just continue to run at you very fast and beat you down, basically.
Yeah, I want to see this Master Yi scaling up soon. Hopefully, it will be at some point you can, can do the 1v5 cosplay. Yeah. Hopefully.
Them to do that will take quite a while at this point. Considering again, if we talk about last game, how Imperial managed to gradually balloon a gold lead, you can see the same sort of thing happening here with the 5k that's currently happening, except the fact that they have 2 Drakes as well.
Yeah, and looks like top lane is getting perhaps. I mean, the Eye of the Herald will be used.
He's on about 10% health just from taking like residual damage coming out of ICL, so not a great look.
Not a great look indeed. These last platings will be taken in the very last seconds. 5 more seconds to take down the turret for the first turret gold and last plating. Will they get it? Probably. Oh, they didn't get it.
Just about all the time decided to go Tranzone Sejuani, maybe 1 2 autos, you get that one, but can't definitely understand. Curse of Sam Mummy still prepping the cleanse, uses it. This is even going to survive for a little bit longer, maybe just about gets the bell, isn't able to, and despite the Gale Force execute Icy Dog, a few auto trades, and just going to be a 1-to-1 trade at this point.
Better work up for Sejuani in trouble though.
Yeah, I mean, it should be an easy chase. Silas still one more lash, but no follow up there with the flash escape from Avenom, so we'll actually get out alive as well.
Yeah, looking at the bot lane backpick perhaps from College of Esports, I feel very alone here in the bot lane while the teammates are busy taking down turrets elsewhere on the map. Renata is just going through the lane. Will be here in a short time.
Seems like Yi is aware. As he don't try and look for the kill onto the Kaiser first. That's TP, pretty sure that's a bit unnecessary, but he's just gonna pick that up for free.
Yeah, another kill on Master Yi. It's basically the beacon, the hope of College Esports for now. Kaiser is obviously scaling up, having the Kraken Slayer done just now. But Master Yi, I think having the 3 kills probably will be a bit more impactful mid game. In those skirmishes where if you take 1 reset, you know, the classic E sets.
Yeah, it's just going to have to be played around pretty well, because as we saw on top side, if the Yi doesn't position well, they just have a chance of just dying, or maybe getting 1-for-1 trade for that being it. Just be careful with how they play it. I love that. This is never a kill.
Yeah, I don't think Sejuani Amumu wants to play into an Olaf, but Future is very cautious that Kaiser can fly in any moment with the ultimate, so very smartly backed up.
Yep, too strong right now. Gonna reset again, buy some more items, get that much stronger. Dragon spawning relatively soon, remember. ICL, we talked about 5k, on a 6k right now. Ragnarok there to prevent the Curse of Sad Mummy stun up. There's the Caitlyn ult. As Man Future gets killed, now on a rampage.
Yeah, I think Amumu and Sejuani combined don't do a lot of damage. Top lane 1v1.
Shaman gonna trade out in the end. Yi there doing a awful lot of damage actually.
Yeah.
That is just Yi, raw damage numbers, not much else really. But 1-for-1 trade, that's something that College of Esports probably wants in the end.
It's not bad, but also looking at
looking at both sides, it's not great. You kind of want more than just the 1-for-1 trade to be able to start making ways back into this game. Goes the goal lead again, 7,000. It does just continue to amount, slowly but surely.
Yeah, it's only 5k, and also the third dragon has just spawned 17 minutes in, and will be taken by Imperial College.
More importantly, in this case, it's a soul point. With Hextech Soul here being particularly frustrating for College of Esports to play into if ISIL do acquire that with that extra slow to help Olaf, help the Belveth, just chase that a little bit more.
Yeah, Hextech Soul is the most versatile of all souls. The only thing I don't dislike about having a Hextech Soul is that you have a Hextech map, and those gates are kind of annoying to play around. If you're a winning team, you're fine, but if you're on a losing team, those Hextech gates are really annoying.
Yeah, the extra mobility that people just get moving to certain parts of the Rift is unprecedented and relatively strong. So,
what is the plan of College of Esports here? They probably are looking to group up to find a pick, maybe on top lane, on some of the weaker members of Imperial College. So Silas currently hasn't really scaled up yet, so it might be a option.
okay, still looking for things. I mean, ICL definitely playing a little bit more reserved this game. Remember that these teams do have to win these games to make it out of the group, and therefore maybe taking a little bit longer to ensure that you get the play right is absolutely fine. Extra one here. You can put a little bit more alongside Shark Nature. It's just too much damage right now.
Uh-oh.
Far too ahead. The Belveth getting resets.
Yeah. And also Kaiser died in the bot lane. Getting Olaf. Using Olaf as a bow.
Yeah, I mean, it's a fair statement. ICL here, able to claim an inhibitor if they do so desire.
Is this an 18-minute game?
It's an 18-minute inhibitor at least.
Oh, they're getting Hextech, they're getting away. That is not. I thought they would go balls to the wall and just say we'll just end it there, but probably gonna stay around for the Soul Dragon, just for the.
I mean, you always have to bear in mind that the Baron is spawning relatively soon, so getting the reset here, buying gold buying items for Baron, and then putting the cards into that is not happening.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Like having that Baron makes a lot of things easier, especially now you've broken one inhibitor. Now having the Baron will make taking the other like a piece of cake for a pro college. College of Esports probably have to think about if they want to contest, or should they make their final stand near the base. This is the decision they have to make. Sejuani in a bit of trouble-ish if the access lands, but will be fine. Doesn't get slowed because of passive. Just walks away. But you can see the vision getting choked by Imperial College, constantly invading the jungle. Even with 4 members of College Esports in their own jungle, they couldn't contest the vision.
Yeah, just too difficult between the strength levels of these two teams. Baron now and started up. Comes the damage from ICL, should get burned very quickly, just looking to see if College can get steal.
Yes, so College of Esports coming through. Probably just not coming through.
Not happening.
Not decide to even go close. And let's see what Imperial College decides to do. Trying to chase down the Master Yi. Master Yi is quite quick, so it won't be the case. Using Baron up minions and to push it inside the inhibitor and prepping away from the top lane, you can see the army of Velvet is forming. The big fishes.
Just a little bit too easy right now. I mean, 2 minions to push in.
Yep. Not sure why College is pushing the bot side. They see a lot of stacking, so giving up the inhibitor without a fight and looking to and ooh, a 4-man ultimate.
There's a lot of CC, but is there any follow-up? There's the follow-up from ICL instead. I mean, it's going to be like, okay, we take your engage, we take your CC, and throw on your back. We're going to get the kills instead. Vayne there, almost looking for the kill on the side. We'll actually just about get it. And there it is. ICL close it out in a 20-minute fashion.
Yeah, very, very fast, methodical, and College of Esports going out with a bang. Like, it's still, fighting till the very end. A 4-man because of the Sat Mummy.
College of Esports still in the game, however, as they did win their first game versus KCL. So if College of Esports wins their next game, then it's fairly likely they'll get out of groups, but of course, it's still possible for another group to go 2-1, so we'll see exactly what happens.
Yeah. And until then, the next game will be, I believe it's SOAS against King's College.
SOAS Kings. I would imagine it is also SOAS Kings, but let's just check that through. It is indeed SOAS Kings. So we'll see you then after a short break.
Hello and welcome back to LUE. I'm Skilton and brought to you by
The 30% win rate mid laner, Adverum.
Absolutely. So we are London Legion players here to cast for this beautiful Kings versus SOAS game. And what are your thoughts, Adverum?
Well, since they haven't won a game at all, right, so far tonight.
Just to clarify, who hasn't won a game so far?
SOAS.
SOAS. Yeah.
And so basically, ideally we want Kings to win since we faced SOAS in the last game. College of Esports is going to absolutely dominate the sixth game, I personally think.
I think so too. From my my key analysis so far, I would say the same.
Do you think SOAS top lane is going to pick Warwick again?
I do not know, but you know the Warwick B1 was really interesting. I thought
very interesting.
It makes a good flex pick, but personally, I don't find it good in team games because it's a very simple champion and it can be punished really easily.
Yeah, true. Personally, you'd never see it in pro play, right? And
absolutely not.
Maybe it's really good if you're a high level Warwick player, but I mean,
I think he played the Warwick really well. It was just a really tough matchup for him, and you know there was definitely some really high plays from the set that game. So.
Yeah. Do you think we're going to see the Draven Nautilus from Kings from game one?
I mean, it was a really strong pick. You know, it's a very strong bot lane. You know, falls off in the late game, so maybe they want a bit more late game security this time around.
Yeah, for sure.
You know, because I believe that was the downfall of their last game.
The peripeteia or
Yes.
hubris, I don't know. It's English language, right?
Absolutely. Spoken masterfully.
Like a true king, as kings should.
Yeah, so other than that, I don't know what the first pick from Kings is going to be, you know. I don't know what they're going to whack out the park, to be quite honest with you.
Maybe they want to leave out Zaya so they can B1 it, but if SOAS can spot that, then it'll be absolutely perfect.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And this is currently 0-1 from both sides, if I'm correct.
Yeah. It's the second game right now. Yeah.
For both teams, yeah. And it's all to play for here, so Kings and SOAS both need a win here, otherwise they will be out of either bracket 1 or 2. So it's very important they do hit this dub. And what do you think they're going to be pulling out as their trump cards?
SOAS or Kings?
Choose what you think.
SOAS, I feel like I feel like they're gonna go for the Warwick top lane. They're gonna double down on it, and they're gonna absolutely crush it this time because they're gonna press their summoners. Barrier, am I correct?
Absolutely. Barrier does go pretty hard on Warwick.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
you think he's going to be picked?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I feel like at this point you should just play Comfort, right?
Comfort is king.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Comfort is king, absolutely. What did they even play in the bot lane for SOAS? I completely forgot. Oh, they played Varus and Lux, I think.
Varus and Lux. The Lux was actually looking really strong in that game, I do have to say. I was very impressed by the sniper Lux ults, but it just wasn't enough because there wasn't, again, she was in the support role. The champion, it does less damage, and also the fact that you know, there wasn't enough control throughout the entire map, I would say, for the bot lane to be able to just have safe fights, slow poking. I mean, Set just presses R on Warwick and he's in the middle of the team, you know? So
yeah, exactly, true. I really hope SOAS don't pick Varus this game because I feel like Varus is a champion where you need absolute supreme confidence to play with, especially with Lux, right?
You know,
if they played to the right conditions, they would be pushing every single wave. They'd be getting like dominance in the early to mid game.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, I believe a sheep just came in. I don't even know. That's really weird in London. I've never seen any sheeps come in at all. Like they're usually in the butchers.
Not sure if that picked up on the microphone, but yeah, there's definitely some sheep around in New Meta today. Thanks for New Meta for providing the facilities once again. And I believe Kings have readied up, and their first ban is Sejuani.
I think they're recalling to game one with the Advenom Sejuani.
Advenom Sejuani do go pretty hard, you know, and it's a very strong flex pick, you know. Sejuani can go anywhere, you know.
Ooh, they're really scared of the Draven as well. So much.
Scared of the Draven, absolutely.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like when I was talking downstairs, Finna was giving some analysis of like, oh, the level 1 was just absolutely doomed when when Draven just flashed the Vega cage. So yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, the Draven was pretty scary, and his Zac pick, or Zac ban even, is very smart as well. I'm very curious from Kings with the Gwen pick. She's not very strong right now, but Soas may have it as a comfort pick. Singed. Okay.
That feels like a SOAS pick, you know.
That feels like I feel like Soas would cook something fire like that. So I respect it. Unfortunately, it's been banned, so we won't be seeing it this game. But
Kings, man, they're just so like
they're just ruining the fun, you know.
Exactly. That's why we have Parliament nowadays.
So we
Darius.
see followed by the Darius ban.
That is you see here, they picked V1 Zaya.
Followed by a Hecarim pick straight away. It's like they were almost expecting this.
Homage to Dante's, honestly.
Homage to Dante's. Was in London quite recently.
Is he still in London?
He's still not. Oh, he's not in London anymore.
Oh, that's a shame.
But it was nice he was inside London, you know? Inside.
Seraphine. That does really well with Hecarim. Hecarim just zooms in and then Seraphine's ult is just like, oh my!
Ooh, so we're following with the Warwick once again.
I know, this guy is just the biggest cheeser alive.
Just let the dogs out.
Lydia.
Like, followed by Lydia. Very understandable, you know. Lydia's able to space out Hecarim quite well. Although there is definitely outplayability from both sides. Silas. Interesting, yeah.
5-man fear of their that would be really good.
Absolutely, that is a really good point. Actually,
Yeah.
The dash is going to really be able to get into the back line, and you know, I'm quite liking Kings' comp right now.
Yeah, but we're going to see a Speaker 9-man sleep. That's the real question here.
Absolutely, and I don't know how Zaya is going to fit into these two quite aggressive champs, Lydia and Silas, but they are good at playing back or forward or backwards. So we'll have to see how the comp develops. And Zeri, you know, a very strong pick right now. Needs to be followed by an enchanter. So if Kings are able to ban them out, this could be looking quite bad for the SOAS.
I mean, even if SOAS ban Rakan, they're just gonna pick
very smart pick. Yeah. In
responsibility. I mean, I feel like that's fine, really.
Personally, would you not have gone with the Rakan pick, like B2, B3?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I feel like they could just go Nautilus here, to be honest. It's just a counter. But I feel like SOAS are not gonna pick up on that.
We're really going to have to see how this game goes, or this comp even. At the moment, it's just very slow. They're quite unsure what to ban, actually. Down to 3 seconds.
Maybe they're cooking.
1. And Malphite. This champ has been really broken recently. I mean, he's not broken, but he's very good, very safe, very flexible as well. And since Kings have taken the Silas, there's no chance of counterplay from Silas. Cassiopeia.
Which means flexible, he's rock solid.
He's rock solid. But he's able to play, he's a rock solid top laner right now, that's for sure.
100%.
100%. 100 fire emoji. But
that was really random for you. So what we're going to see, the red side, what are they going to pick?
7 seconds on the clock, and we're looking at Zillion. I actually quite like this.
That's a Finlow Mary special.
That is a Finlow Mary special.
Paying homage to our producer and Louis. London University of Esports. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm actually my first time casting.
We're seeing the Jax here, yeah. Quite a smart response. I feel like it could be picked a little earlier.
Okay, chat, run the copy pastors up, honestly.
Yeah, Counter Strike is coming, you know. I can't remember the whole ability name, but...
No, I mean, that's just like a whole,
it's just
like
a wall.
Right?
It's just a wall, you know.
Yeah, you could call it a soliloquy because they're kings, right? They just do Shakespearean stuff. Maybe we could see a Camille, you know.
2 seconds on the clock and we're seeing Blitz.
But it's a very hard match.
Camille is a very bad pick into...
Oh no, actually, because Warwick is playing top. No.
The Warwick top, yeah.
They already picked it.
You never know, it could be Warwick mid.
Oh my god, that would be nuts.
You can't doubt him, He might be cooking. But we're seeing Nico mid.
Okay, wait, they actually locked it in. That's crazy.
They locked it in? I think it's quite good. Nico is very good at being able to block skill shots with a W. So maybe preventing some picks happening with the Nico W is very powerful.
Silas has 4 amazing ults here. Nico ult, the Zillion revive, the Hecarim fair.
Even the Zeri ult, in my opinion, if she's able to, if it does some nice AoE damage if he gets in the middle of there. But Hecarim, Nico, even Warwick, I think Silas is very flexible here in this.
That's nuts.
So, Well, now we've seen the comps. Who do you think has won?
I think Kings are gonna win, and SOAS are just gonna be pushed out, just into contention. I really actually want SOAS to win because we're facing them last, right? And then we want them to win.
Hey, we are unbiased casters. Thank you very
unbiased
much.
cast, sorry.
So we do not want anyone to win. We want everyone to lose.
Exactly.
But you know, someone's got to win at the end of the day. So, you know what? I'm gonna let SOAS cook.
Yeah.
I think SOAS might win.
You know what? The real winners of this is like all of us taking part of this fun event.
Hey, it's not the winning at the end of the day. It's the taking part, right?
Yeah, exactly. Honestly,
Exactly.
that's so true.
And with that being said, we're going to continue with the short commercial break, and we'll be back to you with the game.
See you soon.
And we are back with the sudden death for both teams. Both teams need to score this win, otherwise they will be out of the semi-finals. What do you think about this, Ed Venom?
Ooh, I feel like a Blitzcrank cheese is incoming, you know, from King's side. Oh, and they're parting the right side as well because Heckrim's is top side. Oh, he just warded.
Yeah, this is a really smart play from both sides.
Oh my
Warwick is there.
God. This Warwick's mental's going to go down in the bin if he hits this.
He doesn't realise.
Oh, he flashed! He really pre-flashed. Oh my God, that's nuts! This guy's Lehens, man.
And the ignite pops off.
First
Silas
blood.
with the first blood.
First blood goes to the mid laner. He's going to level 6 first, and this Zillion will be absolutely popped down to the ground.
Yeah, this is not looking good. Straight away, Kings with a dominant play. The level 1 invade is always a really good thing to go for. Top laners usually just stand in Tribush and AFK. So Kings realizing that and punishing straight away was really smart from them.
That's nuts, and that's a really big mental edge as well. Level 1 cheeses like that. He pre-flashed before Blitz even queued, so really smart by the Blitz by holding his Q, you know.
And you could see the fear from Clown as he was hugging the wall on the level 1. He's made it to the tower, but yeah.
You could say he's playing his namesake. And you just see there's like a mental diff already. The Silas just lands an E straight up level 1 against the Zillion, which is not ideal. Oh, and that just switched to the ground.
Yeah, a couple blitz hooks missing for the moment, but it doesn't matter as Zion needs
Oh
to get
my
abilities
goodness.
anyway. And we're seeing Silas getting some really heavy trades in mid. This is Zillion is a very safe laner, as we know, but this is next level.
Yeah, for sure. And it feels like Clown's getting the better of this legend guy over here.
Yeah, he's getting some nice lane dominance. You can see by the indicators that he's trying to get the chomps off.
Oh my God!
Silas
There's a first blood. That Abduct is just absolutely nuts from this Silas player. Chinese person absolutely leveling up his game today. He really wants to win, doesn't he?
That was absolutely crazy from Silas. He's been dominating the lane from the very start. I think that Dark Seal was just enough to get the really nice trades he wanted.
Yeah.
And we can see Clown's trying to get some chomps off, but yeah, other than that, it's just very slow in the top lane.
I feel like Zillion's playing in 1987. He's just being pre-moved every single time. It's just history for him. Oh, the evade just hits. Oh, this guy is just dominating him. Oh, the passive autos, they're just absolutely nuts. This Zillion is 0-2 in 3 minutes.
Yeah,
that's crazy.
Ever since CP lost to a 30% Silver 4 mid laner, I think he's really wanting his revenge, his comeback. He's infuriated to get this lead once again, and he is showing it as he's going 3-0.
Oh my goodness. Maybe Finland Mary needs to give this 1987 guy some tips on Zillion. But I mean, I feel really bad for flaming him, but it's well deserved. He's 4 CS in 3 minutes, which is really disgusting. I mean, this Lilia is doing just fine. She's on time for a full clear.
Absolutely, and we saw some really heavy...
Oh, the flash! Oh, that was very close.
Back to what I was saying, we saw some really aggressive tower trades from Jax. You can see he was chunked a little bit, but he didn't commit. I think it was because, you know, it's Warwick. Diving him under tower is quite interesting to say the least, especially when he has barrier up.
Yeah.
So it was nice though. He got the zoning and the wave will shove back towards Jax, which is really good here.
It's not too bad, really. And he's just backing on vision here. It's just standard stuff. Hakram's going to take the top crab. And we just see some mid lane movement from the Silas and the Jax as well. He's beelining it to the Hecarim. This guy's just being found out left, right, and center. Soas, what are you doing?
Oh, CP is just able to land that pick once again. He's ahead of the game, really. Zillion just has to scale here and play for this Hecarim. But if Hecarim is going to go 0-1 in the first, not even 5 minutes, it's looking quite rough, I won't lie.
Oh, no, that's a killer minute. Honestly, that's really nuts. I mean, the win condition this game is just really on the Zeri and the Nico. Because the mid lane is having a really rough time right now. He's just getting chained after chain. It feels like he's being chained eternally, you know. It's rough.
Poetic from you once again, Advenom.
Thank you so
much. And we're seeing Lydia coming top there.
Coming in the top lane. Oh my god, wait, Clown! Withholding the Q. But he's still gonna die. He passed the barrier though. And he just eventually, he's still alive.
Oh,
bad
Clown was really clenching onto it there. The barrier was able to let him live for another 5 or so seconds.
Yeah, he got so many Qs, or maybe he's like, where's he even going this game? I'm not even sure in terms of runes.
So he has gone. That is not Aftershock, is it? No, that's Lethal Tempo, surely.
Yeah, Lethal Tempo.
We have some slight visual technicalities because the stream quality is a little pixelated for us. Bear with us. But yeah, it was a very nice trade. But unfortunately, Lily's just able to smack the ground.
Okay. Oh, we should just see Blitz running up. Oh, he's nuts. He just like holds the cube for the longest time in the world. A Chinese person just takes another kill off Cillian. This Cillian is absolutely mental, boom.
Kings are back for blood.
Oh!
They want to take this crown.
The Zeri. He got a. Oh, that's nuts. He killed the Zaya as well. A 1-for-1 trade in the bot side and the bot fight.
This is very good for Zeri as she was either able to hold the freeze there or push the lane in. Unfortunately, the Blitzcrank was actually showing himself to be quite strong. But look at this wave crash top lane.
Oh my goodness.
I can't count the amount of minions going in there.
Imagine if Lily was up here, this would be an amazing bot dive.
Absolutely.
2 wave stack, it's crazy.
No barrier on Warwick. It is... Yeah, he's able to collect the farm quite nicely, which is always good to see. Hecarim's pathing top. Maybe he may look for a top gank to salvage this game.
I mean, hopefully, if Cloud can really bring back this game, then I'd be very impressed. Because 0-2 down, it's a very rough showing for them.
Absolutely. We all know what being 0-2 down in top lane means. It's a very harsh experience. I can speak personally. But what we're saying, or what we're seeing here, is Jack's just being able to scale, and that is the scary part. While Silas is 5 kills ahead. Once again, Kings are really trying to take this crown here.
They're taking the heads off everybody in this game. No, there's like no one just can be saved from the wrath of Kings.
Absolutely. And we see a bit of a roam from Blitzcrank here. Lilia pathing down to maybe...
This would be a nice guy. Okay, does Spurnable connect? I'm not sure.
We do not see the bowling ball connect here, but
unfortunately,
a little bit of poke from Nico here, but yeah. That is the second failed gank.
That's really unfortunate. I feel like she could have just flash Q'd and just pressed hard.
Nico manages to tangle the Lilia, but not enough.
I feel like the side of Kings are just playing respectful at the moment. They don't want to really blow their lead, because if they blow this lead, this would be absolutely crazy. We've seen 1987 roam from the top side. Okay. Oh, sorry. He just pops ult, and then just Jax is just. He just can't do anything.
1987 able to secure the first kill, but CP is here.
CP's in. He's not here to play, baby. He's here to kill.
Absolutely, and what we're seeing here is CP trying to go back in.
Okay.
He really wants to get a kill here. He's confident he can land it.
He expands the flash from the Warwick, so it's not too bad of a trade.
Yeah,
oh my
flash
god.
there.
This guy's bait callers are on point, honestly. If that didn't hit, he would have lived for sure. Okay, the unstoppable from the Hecarim. Can he even take down the Blitzcrank? I don't even think so. He's really
risking it.
Oh wow, he's
taking one more
shot.
He dies. Oh, Shirotama is able to steal the kill on Hecarim with Ignite and the beautiful tower.
Oh my god. The level of mental boom on the side of SOAS just is really hitting him really hard.
It really shows how desperate SOAS is trying to clench this game back.
Exactly. I feel like even 9 minutes into the game, I think you could just play according to your team game, right? And then eventually hopefully you can come back and scale. Apart from the Silas being level 8 to the Zillion's level 6, which is really bad.
Absolutely. And it is looking like a scale fest. The snowball is starting to turn into an avalanche here for Kings as they really try to aim for that crown. I don't think this is looking good for SOAS. And must I remind you, after Silas is going in here, able to secure another kill.
With one combo. He just has, oh my god, he's absolutely nuts.
Guy, just let you know the Dark Seal stacks are at 10.
10?
The Medjai's is ready to be collected here after base, I'm not gonna lie.
Oh my god, I feel like he just could go Medjai's. He's just gonna get even smarter with more with the more pages he collects.
Absolutely, and it seems like Soas is typing in all chat, not very satisfied with what is happening right now.
Oh wow!
The barrier from Warwick, but he misses!
Oh, but unstoppable. I feel like if that hit, he would have just died instantly. That would have been okay. The flash Q to secure the kill, and CP is just absolutely nuts.
Sleep, but it was able to be cancelled.
That's a nice ult used by 1987, which gives the horse another relinquish of life.
Oh, they're able to disengage from the Nico ult, but they're still going in here.
Unfortunate. Does the bot lane want to go in though? Zaya has cleansed, so I feel like that would be a very risky fight to take.
Yeah, must I remind you, whoever wins this game gets to stay in the tournament, and whoever loses is unfortunately unable to progress to the next stage. So Soas is clenching here. We are looking for a miracle from Clown.
A miracle from 1987 for sure to keep the mental together, because 89 to 34 CS in 11 minutes is not a very good look.
It unfortunately isn't, but once again, these teams, this Silas, CP is back for blood. Must I remind you again, he lost to a Silver 4, 30% win rate, mid laner.
Yours truly, Ad Venom.
Absolutely, and you know, that's got to hurt. There's got to be some vengeance. So he's got to take it out on whoever's next, and this Zillion is definitely next in his list.
I feel like I injected some venom into the Silence veins, and he's just come back with absolute vengeance. He's on his last legs, right, and he just is taking every single opportunity to live. And oh my god, the steal on the Zillion was just absolutely beautiful. It was
chef's kiss. Absolutely. And you know, Silas right now, he's almost got the Infinity Gauntlet, you know?
Yeah,
he's got 1 stone, he's got 2 stones, he's got 3 stones. All he needs to do now is just control a bit of time here and let the win fall under Kings. But we've seen some very interesting plays here. Drake is not stolen, but honestly, for a second, I thought it was.
Okay, oh, this guy's just so speedy. And the Blitzcrank is, okay, oh, that was a very nice flash by Mini Tower.
Yeah, very well played there, using the Nico W to evade the rest of the damage and being able to flash out. Very smart plays, but it does mean that they're not able to secure any gold, any Drakes, any bitches, and it's once again looking very rough.
Elres for sure.
Absolutely.
And basically, the moral of the story is this is an absolute shellacking. But like, how do they even come back with this game? I feel like the top lane is doing somewhat okay, but the Warwick cannot convert into any major leads, right?
Yeah, this is looking rough, but we're seeing another play here from the Hecarim, and it's just able to land a kill, but it's traded back straight away.
This guy is crazy. I feel like he should just go in.
But the shutdown is huge for Zeri here.
Okay, I feel like you respected the Nico too much. Okay, that's understandable.
Absolutely, and you know, gold on the Zeri is always very nice here. Is it enough to combat the 7-0 Silas? We'll have to see. We'll have to see, Ad Venom.
We'll have to find out, Esports, because this is a very, very rough game. I mean, Zeri can do Zeri things, honestly. She's 2-1 right now.
I've seen games where Zeri wins this. I've seen games where Nico lands the best ult I've ever seen. I think Clown can come back here, absolutely.
Exactly. The Zeri's probably saying to his team right now, it's okay, guys, I pressed Q. Okay.
Absolutely, but he goes back in, CP is dodging and weaving.
Oh my god, he's playing on the knife's edge. He's absolutely dominating every single player on the Rift.
Absolutely, Derpy just lands the final knock onto Amarath to land the kill. And that means wave crashes into bot lane. This is really bad. All the gold that has been clenched and dragged back into the pockets of Zeri has now been lost once again.
This gold lead is absolutely massive that it just cannot be seen.
And we're seeing CP going for another dive.
Oh
but
my
Zillion
goodness.
has the ult.
He's so confident.
He's so low.
He's on his last legs. Could this be a turnaround for them? Unfortunately not, because...
Unfortunately, there was no Winions to collect the kill there for Zillion. But it was very close, absolutely. We're seeing that, you know, CP can misplay. Kings as a whole can misplay here. Yeah. If one good Hecarim ult, one nice Zillion ult to save the Zeri maybe, it could be a comeback, but we just don't know yet.
I feel like this the Silas can just afford to be overzealous. But this guy's just gonna take the tower with Demolish. Oh, not even with Demolish, he's just.
Now 1v1 here. Walk ults out, leaps away. Very smart move, to be fair. I do not think that was looking like a healthy fight for him.
Worth of an escape. How do you think Warwick would win at this point? Maybe he should just roam, right?
So I think the best play Soas can do right now is punish mistakes. And, you know, there's been a couple opportunities, you know, CP diving, maybe there could have been a roam from Nico or Clown. You know, we have to see this, you know?
I feel like Soas can't really punish on their mistakes if they're making constantly mistakes in lane, right? So it's going to be really hard for them to come back that way.
Yeah.
I feel like it's just like, you just have to basically sacrifice your own lane as a player. I feel like the
Hold up, now we're seeing a pick on the Blitzcrank here, and there's Steam Bun being able to secure the second kill on the Blitzcrank. But CP is going in, able to burst out Mini Tala.
He hasn't even expended the Heck remote yet.
The Heck remote is there. The
Can he
horses
go?
are ready to be charged, and he's just on standby now. But Legend X is going for a nice trade. Clown able to just fear him backwards.
Oh, goodness.
Playing very safe, but there isn't much minion control. We're seeing the Heck remote here, the horses charge. Zeri's got shield bow, able to take a little bit of damage and get out of the fight. CP was not looking in a good situation there.
That wasn't even that bad from Soas, because they were trying to be defensively responsible with the amount of wards in the bot side.
Absolutely, but we see Steam Bun able to get the kill on Zaya, a very safe ADC, like might I say. So, you know, that was a very nice pick. That
maybe summoning the power of Dante's, honestly.
Dante's was inside London once again, and you know, maybe he shook his hand, maybe he met Dante's, because honestly, I'm feeling it right now. I think this Hecarim can come back.
Yeah, it's winnable. He's in a CS lead against the Lily as well.
Legendar Rex is in a 1v3 here, now 2v3, able to get a kill on Steam.
Oh my god, this Kai is absolutely berserk. Okay, Clown is playing like an absolute legend this game.
Absolutely.
Okay. Oh, they've just been caught out. Unfortunately, they're a bit too weak, and their overzealousness cannot be punished.
Yeah, this is some crazy plays we're seeing right now. But, you know, all of these fights are going in the hands of Kings. It's looking very unfortunate for Soas. They're really needing a game to pull this back.
They're definitely collecting all of the taxes from the peasants, which is quite unfortunate.
Yeah, the Kings want to collect what is theirs, and they are showing it with dominance right now.
Maybe 1987 should change his name to 1587. Because it just feels like the Middle Ages at this point.
Brutal, unforgiving.
Harsh words, but it really needs to be said.
Absolutely.
Soas are just being absolutely crushed under the heel of Kings, and they're not doing much about it, but they are still trying their best to play to their win conditions, but unfortunately they're just a bit too strong at this point, and 17-6, 35k to 27k goal difference is just a bit too much.
Absolutely, and what we're starting to see now is Kings start to get the control over Soas.
Okay, will this be Clown's time to... unfortunately, no, we just got the Zaya there. It's just shadowing the Lilia, and unfortunately they're just a bit too strong.
So another thing to look at here is, one thing I can see is Nico, right? Nico is a really good support in my opinion. I think it's very unorthodox, but the thing about her is that she needs to win, right? She needs to win the lane, she needs to get the kills and the gold. She's quite a selfish support in that respect, and we're not seeing it right now. She's got the her first item, which is a really nice spike, and we're seeing it used right now.
Oh wow, this guy is just absolutely... Oh my god, CP is just on a rampage. Oh, he's actually legendary, I'm sorry. He is absolutely crazy.
Absolutely, and you know, once again, CP is just 1v2ing. You know, despite the odds, but Clown is leaping but not able to land.
I mean, Shiratoma gets fools, unfortunately, but that's fine, really, because they take the inhibitor in 19 minutes. Could this be a turning point since the inhibitor was taken down early?
Yeah, I mean, Steam Bun summoned the power of Dante's right now, right there to collect the kill. You know, and that shutdowns are really good on Hecarim. You know, he's I would say in this comp, him and Zeri are considered the win conditions. You know, the Zillion is was picked for a reason, and it wasn't to carry; it was to play for the jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like the Zeri is going IE at this point. I'm not sure if that's a really good play here. I feel like the I'm not really sure.
I'm not sure either, but what we
they're
are
not
sure
taking
of
the
is
Baron.
that Kings are taking the Baron right now.
They're just doing a T1 Baron here, just straight up 20 minutes, and they're just gonna absolutely take this unless someone steals it. Oh wait, the Nico flashes in with her ultimate, but
She went for a heroic play there, but unfortunately falls as CP is just collecting
Oh my
kills right now.
goodness.
So close to fully stacked Medjais as well. It is looking dominant.
It's unfortunately very much with them, honestly. Like, let's be honest, they're just getting run over, and this Blesscrank is just zooming around like the Flash. CP is legendary. Like, how can you ever stop this man?
He is absolutely acting like a king right now, claiming what is his,
Exactly.
showing it with no mercy, and taking the Nexus to hold up his crown for the first win of Kings.
Where can they close it in this push?
I'm not sure right now. Clown is going in right now. He's trying to learn some help.
Okay, wait, can Zeri go in? Oh, she's not pressing her Q that much. She hasn't proc people tempo yet.
The reset was really nice.
That's really bad, honestly. I feel like she should have tried to proc lethal tempo and then went in. But that's really unfortunate. And CP just blows him up, and he just blows every single member. Like, it's just so doomed for that. That comes up though. Oh, and he
CP
kills
can't chill, but Steam Bun takes him down.
Oh my god. He just turned him into a bow bun. That's crazy. Silas now in the pit of death. He's in the gulag 13-1v1. But this game is just absolutely over this point.
Legendary X surviving on the brink of death. And I'm surprised he was even able to survive that. But what he did was do so. And they are attacking the Nexus. I believe this is King's first win of the tournament. Props to them.
Very good.
The Nexus is down, and Soas is unable to continue to the next stage of the game.
Honestly, a very, very valiant effort from SOAS there, unfortunately. 1989 was just absolutely crushed under the heel of Silas, and he was just dominated every single time in such formidable fashion by CP, piloting that Silas like he was Trophy.
Honestly, CP was dodging and weaving through minions. I can't help but respect it. 1987 was really making some nice attempts to play the lane safe, but CP was he was testing his limits, and his limits were not reached in that game.
Steam Bun really tried to save that game for them, taking that shutdown from Silas as well, which was really crazy. But unfortunately, just the team as a whole was just really weak.
And I have to say there were some really nice plays made by Bot as well. You know, there was some oversteps, but I think they were good calls. In that, you know, the Nico had to go in; they had to find a pick. Yeah. Unfortunately, they just weren't able to.
Unfortunately, just like the whole team of SOAS just felt really lost. They didn't really know which side to play on. I feel like trying to play through bot side, you still have Zaya and Blitzcrank. They're just going to be very hard to dive, and I feel like maybe they could have had some hopium in the top side, since this walk was kind of dominating on the Jacks in the early game. So I'm not really too sure what more they could have done.
But what's done is done. There you have it. Exactly. Kings take their first win of the night, and what will be coming next is Imperial College London versus King's College. Kings will be playing the second game, and it is looking like a very fun match to watch, I have to say.
Just being really unbiased here, I really hope Imperial win.
You know what?
You too?
I didn't say it, but we're going to find out who wins later on tonight. So, we will be back after a short break. See you soon.
Bye bye.
Hello everyone and welcome back to, hopefully, or potentially, the final game for today of the LU tournament for Group B. Will be Imperial versus KCL, and pretty much if KCL wins this, then we get an extra game. If Imperial wins, then that's it, we know who's qualifying.
Yep, and if Imperial wins, I think it'll be the College of Esports qualifying.
Yes,
And-
I think.
Yep.
Yeah.
And if KCL wins, I think it will be KCL and College of Esports having a one more tiebreaker game to decide who is the second team to go through to our finals.
Yeah, I mean, I still win on time anyway if you just decide to calculate time and wins, so they'll be free with the 2-1 record as it currently stands. So.
KCL did have a. Oh, KCL hasn't been playing. Didn't play last game. It was. No, KCL played last game and
KCL
played very
last
well,
game, yes.
and especially with the Silas. The Silas performance was phenomenal per se.
Definitely something to watch out for. Imperial maybe looking to ban that one out. Because Ashkelon as well in mid for Imperial has had a pretty good run so far in the tournament. So going up against Chinese person shouldn't be too bad, I think. Especially seeing as yes, they did have a good performance this last game, but that was a little bit more shaky in game 1.
Absolutely, and just seeing Chinese person against Astromonauts might be like our star matchup of the match, maybe. Perhaps, like, yeah, we'll see how that goes. Both Silas players, and want to see what else they're gonna bring out their sleeves.
Yeah, I mean, whenever you're going up against various clue unis, there's always some sort of rapport or relationship between them. So you always get these sorts of things. And KCL and ICL, of course, being 2 of the 4. So you get this sort of. Well, I mean, I wouldn't necessarily say it's strict rivalry, but it plays into it.
Not a strictly a rivalry. Not strictly. It's usually the UCL and ICL. They are the 2 companion universities.
We have our LSE, KCLs.
Yeah.
That tends to be the dichotomy, but we still group them as 4.
Maybe a new rivalry is forming. That would be quite cool. Maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah. We are not in lobby yet, so
No,
draft is still not starting or soon.
No, we have the new one, so it is actually starting.
This draft started. Just waiting for the first ban. Quite a few Annie bans we have seen.
Yep.
Quite a few.
It's jungle orientated in general.
Yes, jungle orientated. We might see Belfast ban. We're seeing like good performance on it tonight.
Belfast has had a lot of priority throughout the whole of today. Imperial have missed a ban. We might get some information on what that might have been in a moment, but at the moment there is no ban listed on draft law. But outside of that, as you just said, there is an Annie.
Annie coming out as we kind of expected because it's simple to play OP meta champion basically.
Yeah, pretty much able to be flexed in support and mid, so you get that sort of diversity as well. Being able to pick it in different positions. It's always good in draft to be able to sort of hide your hand in that way, especially in this sort of last game series. Of course, Imperial do want to just be I guess come in with a clean 3-0, so make it easy on everyone else. Another ban issue, unless they're just deciding to leave it open.
I think it won't be a bad manners, isn't it? A bit of BM.
It's a bit of BM.
A bit of BM to not ban things out. I mean, you can spell something instead if you don't want to ban things, you know?
Draft redo.
Okay, so draft is getting redone due to technical issues,
So, not really ICL BM, so we're just waiting on a new draft law to be made, and then we'll actually be able to see what they have in their heads. Bans, although that was a Belmouth thing, so expecting the Belmouth Annie next time.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, spoilers.
Lots of mid lane bans so far. We're just looking. Oh, actually, Buffett's not mid lane. What I'm thinking about.
Yeah,
we're talking about jungle. Jungle, lots of jungle bans, but I don't think jungle has been particularly the focus except for Belveth. So
yeah, we've had like miscellaneous jungle bans depending on the team, but then Belveth has kind of been the main thing today.
Yeah, it's just a Belveth. We haven't seen like a big jungle carry game, honestly.
They have banned Garen though, so maybe it's time to spell something out.
Let's have a guess. We're gonna guess is it from left to right or right to left as well?
Yeah, we'll see. It'll make a bit more sense when we start seeing the second pick.
Yeah.
What the ban phase? Okay.
GC.
Okay. I'm not sure about that though. Jesus.
It might
Maybe?
be. Is it a real Garen ban?
Real
no way,
Garen
right?
ban?
No way, right? No way.
No way!
Because the Zac looks pretty real.
Yeah. Zac is absolutely legitimate. I mean, we've seen it
Mhm.
in past groups. Zac has actually been pretty high prior in some of the other groups we've had, and actually last week even pretty high prior. And Gragas is also a pretty real ban, I would say.
Yep. So I guess we just don't think it's. We just think Garen's a real ban. I guess. So Lee Sin first pick from Imperial side. Quite. I mean, it can be flex, but it doesn't. It's interesting. I don't know what to make of it right now because as a versatile champion, Lee Sin does jungler things of applying early pressure. Very generic though in terms of his kit because he doesn't do a lot of things. Varus is the answer from Kings.
Yeah, seemingly, I mean, Varus you can kind of slot into most compositions with the build diversity you have, especially early on, so you can kind of adapt to poke, you can adapt it to do more AP, and you can obviously play different variations of an attack speed based build. So that's the nice benefit of being able to pick Varus early, and generally has pretty good matchups, like on average, not necessarily really strong matchups, but like you can play most matchups as Varus just fine.
Yeah, generally because of your long range abilities, which allows you to
Just
fight
be able to-
back.
Yeah, fight back,
So,
be able to farm.
Vi picked by Kings. So the theme is kind of a lockdown with the Chains of Corruption and the Cease and Desist. Might be countered with the Rakan, as we used to say, very high priority pick, and we saw a brilliant Rakan play. Kind of surprised it wasn't banned out actually.
Yeah, the Xayah was banned, opted
Yeah.
to be banned instead there as well, rather than Rakan. Which I can understand, especially if you are opting for the Vi. You don't really want to be dealing with Xayah. Obviously, if you want, if they pick Xayah and you want that sort of engagement, it's just better for you to pick J4 instead of Vi in that sort of spot. But Twitch is getting locked in the end.
That is spicy. That is very spicy. I want to see Twitch top or Twitch jungle or Twitch mid. Anywhere but Twitch ADC.
Oh, I mean, come on, it's gonna be ADC.
It's gonna be ADC. But it is gonna to be ADC, I do think. We won't see the spicy stuff there.
Unless. We've got Rakan in mid. And we get Twitch.
Yeah. You know, I actually played against it. So annoying.
Yeah. Oh, Varus Pike. That's
Pike.
unusual. Don't normally combine these two champions together because they don't
Yeah.
necessarily have the best synergy together.
Mhm.
Varus, of course, yes, Varus can do a lot of burst to help the Pike around, but you don't benefit from Pike as much as some other champions might.
Unless you're playing Pike against Rakan mid. That is a different story. We will leave that thought there. And
It's not 2019.
And Ari is banned by Kings. Don't think the Rakan is mid, as most people would. A Malphite ban from Imperial. Fair enough, because if you see a lot of lockdowns and Pike as well, banning that is to engage does make sense. Kings thinking about that ban right now.
Taking a little time. Be worried about the mid. I mean, maybe debating on whether they need to pick something up on that front. Maybe just taking away the Rowan Soul in this case and prevent that scaling from going through. Both scaling options, of course, and you can look at Kings' team right now. Your scaling options are pretty whack, so denying that from the enemy is a fair thing to do.
Yeah, it might be a ban Aurelian pick Azir angle.
All
Ban
these
Azir
top
pick
bottom
Aurelian angle.
bans from Imperial, actually. I'm curious, because I feel like there's going to be something, there's going to be a juicy top pick, maybe.
Ooh, the Vex.
They've been banning this
Yeah.
all day, except
Yeah.
for this game. And they finally face it.
It's the mind games. You ban a champion and make the opponent thinks that you're scared of this champion. But actually you have a brilliant counter pick into it, which is, I don't know. We have to see.
Wait, still 10 seconds on blue pick.
Yeah, both teams actually taking the time in pick ban. I guess this game has the more importance. Oh no, this is the side.
Okay. Okay! Wow, I just picked two hyperscalers in the last two. Decided it's stacking time, so let's go and stack.
So this looks like he's Sai on top and Viga mid lane. So
Does.
that makes sense. and it's quite interesting. Like it's like all the first 3 picks indicate like they will go for this early game pick, and suddenly just stack it with 2 hyperscalers, and you have pivoted to comp a lot, and Ornn is
basically there to match, right?
Yeah.
Try and offset the scaling disadvantage now.
Yeah, it does feel a bit weird picking Ornn last pick. Usually you want to pick a counter matchup, but it is what Kings need right here. A good engage to just follow up on all the other engage tools you have.
Yeah. Simon. I feel like it might be time. It might be time to do some more stacking with your mythic as well.
Yeah.
Heartsteel.
Yeah, it has to.
It's gonna be really fun. Yeah, no, genuinely, I think you can. I mean, given all lane matchup, you can actually. You can stack Grasp, just Perma versus Ornn. So that's cool. It's a health stacking game. So, and honestly, if I'm looking at their team, unless this Varus goes for the Kraken Slayer-esque build, or at least on hit with a Bork of some or any sort of tank shredding item within that kit, you're not going to kill the Sun otherwise. So this Varus is kind of forced into that type of build, which playing into like Vigar is a bit more annoying, I have to say, than playing some of the other Varus builds that you have on your arsenal, but it's workable.
Yeah, Vigar is the type of champions that counters these type of dive champions with your massive AoE event horizon. It will be tough for Kings to. There are some tools. There's some tools. You have the cease and desist, which basically go through the cage if you're at the right angle.
And there's a pipe on top.
Yeah. So there are basically like ways to like flank or like go through all the cage and or the CC from the quickness. So I think it's fairly even. It's like both teams trying to do their thing. Imperial doesn't have a. They have some disengage. You have the Dragon's Rage. You have your quickness. But we will have to see. It seems like both teams have the tools to do what they want to do.
Pretty much, I'm really excited to see how the rooms end up going. I mean, Rakan Twitch being one of the few ADCs that can actually decide to roam around with ambush, and of course, likewise with Pyke on the other side. Pyke always being a bit of a frustration if you aren't necessarily watching where Pyke is. Just comes out, harpoons you, death from below, bam, duplicates some gold.
Yeah, I totally agree. I just think like Twitch is actually the more annoying one.
Yeah.
Like the Twitch support, because with Pyke, going through invisible, you have a very loud the sound indicator that Pyke is around. You have like some things on the screen as well to tell you that Pyke is around. With Twitch, it's just full silent, nothing.
Yeah.
So it's not as scary as you would think. And speaking of that, probably Twitch needs that update as well. You need an update of a sound effect of a
sound effect.
Yeah.
You just get the same thing that he says.
A global sound effect.
Yeah.
A global sound effect, so everyone knows you're going into stealth. Yeah. I would say Twitch is a lot more frustrating than Pyke myself. But what we are seeing Twitch and ADC not in support. So less of Twitch running around and terrorizing the map, unless they decide to go to just don't CS, which is some people do that.
Well, it's a bit of a questionable strategy, although less questionable in solo queue, where you might be able to abuse people's mispositioning and lack of map awareness a little bit more. Although in this environment, I think you have to be a little bit more glued to the lane.
Yeah, like everyone will buy paintball, like they'll do these annoying things. I mean, it's a good thing to do, but it's also annoying if you're a Twitch player.
Yeah, always be careful around that. Lee Sin here, definitely a little bit awkward, but I mean, at the very least, what you can do is play through lanes a little bit, make sure you actually save lane states, maybe force situations if it's favourable. It's just really going to depend on how the game's getting played out, so context as well. We'll just have to wait till we load into the Rift to sort of analyse that aspect of the game.
Probably not too awkward for Lee Sin.
No.
Varus is all alone in trying to do auto attack, so you have a very diveable target for you to pile onto, while San can do the zoning, you are the person who goes to kill Varus every time, probably.
I mean, if once Varus is down, the San is virtually immortal, actually. Later on in the game, obviously early on that won't necessarily be the case, but Simon gets some health and some armor. It's your only real tank shred because Vex's doing burst damage. Basically is like a dash assassin with your ultimate. That's basically Vex.
Yes, it's very good silent angle, very good silent pick. And very good Viger pick as well when you think about it because they pick all dive ones.
Yeah.
I just don't think Kings is that bad. Like they just have to it's like maybe slightly harder to execute rather than just Imperial you just sit around and then like have Twitch do Twitch things.
Well, it's either a matter of you bring Viger to bottom, you try and do something there, or you bring Pike to mid and then you try and abuse the Viger. I can definitely see both of those angles working. It just depends on how well it's executed. Yeah.
I do think the mid lane is the angle, like abusing the
I think it's
Viger.
much easier to do. Rakan Twitch, Rakan, of course, is generally just mid-range engage, very good mid-range engage, but also has the ability to be able to peel if necessary and dash back and forth using Battle Dance and E. So the problem is when trying to go on bot side, you have to deal with Twitch, who can sometimes be invisible, or just having to deal with Rakan's peel, which is not present in mid, because you can play around Cage a lot better than that.
Yeah. So mid lane will be like King's focus point. If you can manage to like get a nice lead mid lane, Vex can start going back to the bot lane and help out the bot lane as well. So that is probably the King's plan. Well, Imperial's plan is a bit different. Let's say a bit different. Viger probably wouldn't move from mid lane a lot.
No.
Yeah. Even moving, you are only like a stun bot with your E. Sion probably not moving a lot, probably going a bit of the boss FFS style, which is of
I know, unless we get the Adam, where we bring Sion to help the jungle, and then we dive bot with the Sion.
Yep,
and
that
the Sion dies for a kill, and you go back top side, and then you're like 3 levels down, but it doesn't matter.
That is also an angle. We'll have to see if they want to. Which is like they're literally like the two.
They won that game.
I know.
They won that game.
It's like the two most opposing style of play on the same champion.
Yeah.
It's so insane, right? And very cool. I would say the game plan is to have the Twitch move around, and terrorize this Vi in her jungle together with either your support or your jungle, or you can also go mid lane. Might be a little. Actually, the setup is fine with the Viger Cage, but might need to burn the summoner first and then go back for round 2. That's the only thing.
It's going to be a matter of flash. I mean, Vex is actually fairly immobile without the
Yeah.
ultimate, and the ultimate is really only I'm going to go in tool. So, the setup isn't there, as you say. You just have to be careful. Some you get some one time, do the repeat, which is absolutely fine, but then it's still a matter of being able to be in that position. So really looking at roams on both teams, which is interesting. So we haven't been looking at the sort of roaming as much as we have in the last. We just haven't seen it that much today. To simply put.
I mean, it's not just today. I think roaming has not been a thing for a long time.
It hasn't.
For solo laners especially. Because the champions that are played are really, you think about Aurelion Sol, you think about the Kassadin. I mean, Kassadin roams, but like it's like
Kassadin's
afterwards.
locked to lane for a long time.
Yeah. Or even before this Rod of Ages meta, we had Rise, we didn't even talk about Rise. These champions tend to stay for lane for quite a long time before like going around.
Yeah.
And we don't see Kiana, we don't see, when's the last time we see Zed? Maybe like 3-4 patches ago?
I mean, it would have been a while ago, but
Yeah.
Zed wouldn't have been played in mid. It would have been played in jungle around that time. Because of the clear speed that they gave Zed jungle. I mean, if I remember correctly, it's still pretty decent in Zed jungle if you were to play it right now. But I believe it was other damage nerfs that have mainly caused Zed jungle to fall down.
I think the closer thing is like the Pantheon mid. Pantheon mid has been, I think, rising lately. Pantheon might be the kind of like roaming champion that we think like will go to mid lane with that's like meta.
Yeah.
Like things like, I don't know, Twisted Fate is just, it's not a meta pick. It's more like a stylistic pick where you think, oh, I want Twisted Fate here, or what else, or like Galio
Basically
or
going
something.
for dives, like
Yeah.
I mean that's the main benefit of doing that. It's just I'm gonna destiny up to my top or my bot who I've set up, and then we're gonna bring a stun card over so we can make it better. That's really the main use for TF because right now TF's just kind of weak outside of that. But hey ho.
Looks like we are in game.
Yeah, just waiting. There was a slight pause, so spectator always does the little freeze.
Oh,
Yeah, the spectator freeze. I don't think they'll ever fix this, but you know, there's a lot of things to fix with League client, spectator client, etc., etc.
Yeah.
There's a long list, and Riot maybe one day will eventually get to doing those. But here we are for potentially the last game of today.
Yeah. Looks like Imperial College is just doing another bot lane stack in one of the rushes. A 5-point looks like from King's KCL side.
Yep, I'm just starting to cover all bases. Generally, the benefit of doing this is just getting this mid-bush control. You can ward this for the bot side, which is actually quite useful for being able to pressure up in lane a little bit more, which is nice if you want to try and get an early reset or priority for the Twitch. But instead, they're just going to go into the bush and leave it be.
And some wards will be put down as Kings warded the Raptor of.
There's no way. There's no way.
Oh wow. Okay.
We might have an Adamant.
We're not gonna say anything. We're not gonna spoil this for the audience. We're just gonna wait here. We're just gonna look at this.
Oh boy. They don't know, chat. They don't know.
Yeah.
They might know.
They're
waiting. They're waiting. They're taking their time.
Holding our breaths.
Okay. They're both shy. They're not going to the bush. I mean, Sion can only stay so long in bot lane because they're gonna lose XP. Ornn is yet to go to top. Doesn't see the Sion. There's the flash! And Q battle dancing. Take 2 flashes for your top laner's flash and soon to be TP. Okay. Is that worth? That is the question.
That's probably fun. More fun than worth.
Yeah.
It didn't work out as they intended, as to be able to get more than the flashes. I think it's a slight missed time. I think it should be a battle dance into a Sun Q. Well, whatever. Burning summoners on bot lane is still fine. I mean, you burn 2 summoners versus 1 and 3 minions of XP. And a teleport.
I mean, the fortunate part is that obviously Sion is going to take a slight beating in the early lane, but doesn't really care because it's an Ornn. It's not a champion that's really going to abuse the fact that Sion is going to be this far behind.
Yeah, looking at this, 2 CS against 13 CS is fine. There's no wave coming in. Don't worry, Sion, you'll scale out the time. Ooh, that's a nasty trade. Not that. Well, I mean, it's alright.
It is, but like it's also not doing anything.
Yeah.
It's the nature of the matchup.
I think it's just like in the whole time we was going through like different champions like before the match started, we just never got around to Sion and Ornn. Like it's just there.
Yeah, they're doing their thing.
Yeah. Looking at other members, looks like there'll be a invade here from Vi stealing my Raptors, but Vi are going.
Again spotted. There's the flash forward into his own battery. Very nice flash used as well by God to respond.
Yeah, a bit dangerous there, but it does save the Raptors from getting taken by Vi.
Well, maybe you have to be careful. Lee Sin waiting in the wings. Potentially a Wolf angle. Going to reveal themselves. I mean, that's minion spots that. So KCL no, but nothing happens.
Yeah, second try in the bot lane still hasn't worked, but yeah,
that's the benefit of the cage. You can use that to keep yourself afloat in that situation. Vi has yet to learn her ultimate, so it doesn't have that as an option. I see Steven just looking for something with Battle Dance, but dashing back.
Yeah, able to land those Battle Dance is very important. So hopefully this one lands and we'll see a bit of a fight in the bot lane. Vi going for another invader top side, going for the Gronk this time.
Pretty aggressive on this. Unfortunately, jungle invading isn't exactly what it used to be. And over here we see Hazman Future. I mean, the trade's going to come back with the brittle proc there, but didn't actually look too bad for Sion considering the early deficit. Let's put it that way.
Yeah, the early deficit. Looking for top gank though, maybe perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, Vi definitely able to exploit this. Hazman Future has to be.
No flash.
Yeah, no flash. No flash on the Vi as well, so it doesn't have the extra range to extend, and it might just be worth looking for a base depending on.
Yeah, top lane is not really worth staying for a successful game. Stay very low though, and remember, Future doesn't have the TP, so he's kind of forced to either stay here
Or sack minions.
or sack like a wave and a half. Ooh,
This is interesting. Two. Sonic Wave misses. Just staying on the tower. I mean, Ornn can't really tower dive that effectively, that's the thing. You're just going to take far too much in aggro, and then if you do kill the San, you have an undead San to deal with afterwards.
Yeah.
So.
The only problem is when Ornn hits 6, then they can be killing them. So wisely, Tesman Future backs off right now before the level 6 power spike hits.
Yeah, you have some time to regen some health and
Oh,
such.
wait, he stayed.
Not too bad there, he's still staying around. Level 6 available. Potentially going to trade. There's the ultimate looking for. I mean, this should be a kill from Ornn. Actually taking far too much tower aggro. No! For a second there, I was thinking that it was doable, but he decided to attack the Scion before the ultimate went down to take tower aggro from the initial attack before dealing with burst. So then you're taking like maybe 1 to 2 extra tower shots than you might need. So it's a good angle, but then now Sion's got the kill, gets a reset. He's actually in a really good position now as a result of that.
He can also ult back to lane as well. Pike ping mid some visits, but countered by Rakan.
Yeah, I'm just going to make it an easy 2v2, so neutralize of that. Vi now looking for some setup whilst Pike bases, perhaps the Drake, but it's not really going to be an angle. And as you say, ult straight back to lane, you don't miss anything.
Yeah, the crazy thing is you just like run over the minions on your way up there, so very efficient for Sion to stay in, well, a bit behind the CS initially, but it's not the end of the world.
And they're doing all the things with trading pattern. Nice use of that, but now if you take a further extended trade, Sion's just going to get a few extra procs on.
Yeah, I mean, both champions did benefit from the health increase. But yes, but Ornn probably excels in the short trades with the brittle. Laning's a bit calmed down at the moment. So his 8 minutes in the game, we have that one solo kill in the top lane. It's very weird that in a game where the exciting thing is a top lane kill.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
it is.
Flash on Sion.
The Flash Force trying to contest that dragon, but not going to be the case. So Imperial Guard is securing the first dragon, a Cloud Dragon, and Kings will take the Herald in response.
This might be an angle though, getting the knock up there. Okay, not the always follower. If you had the ult cooldown, I think you might have been able to get a kill this time, as there was no tower to deal damage back to you. See where the North Tower goes momentarily. Five, of course, picking that one up. So,
yeah, very safe and conservative laning. Both junglers not being able to find too many opportunities. However, Imperial College does have the scaling advantage, so it is in Imperial College's favour.
Yeah, if the game continues as it currently does, especially with the kill on the top side, it's very happy to just sit this out. Again, that early Drake just means that even if you lose the next few, it doesn't matter too much. It's just delaying back any chance of a potential Dragon Soul. So, very much sitting pretty.
Yeah, there isn't really a specific pass spike that Kings is waiting for. So really, they should be the one being a bit more active in this game state. Like the ball is on their court, as they say.
Yeah, precisely. Right now, your ball. I mean, your lanes are fine, but as you said, with the way that the drafts play out, it's quite awkward if you just maintain the way things are. It's to be fair, it's not as if KCL haven't been trying to make plays. It's just that myself actually matched fairly well in those cases. Every time Pike has had a roam, Rakan has managed to be there for most of the times, but Speaking of, there seemingly is a bit of a dive setup on this Twitch bot side.
Yeah, Raccoon going back to reinforce this bot lane. Looks quite safe, probably gonna take some platings while Vi enjoys his stay on the bot lane, leashing that minion wave there.
You have to be a little bit careful because you don't know exactly where Lee Sin is. Yeah, they're having to escape. Be scared of potentially Sin coming in and claiming your life. So well defended, maybe. There's a possibility of dropping a Herald there, but perhaps too early, so decides to save that around. You still have an empowered recall, could do some camps. In the meantime,
Cage of Corruption cleansed by touch.
yeah, cleansed away. Still lands onto Khan as the expiry happens. And if that skewer lands, and it does! There's that double of gold, and that's exactly what KCL needed.
That is a bit ambitious going in with the spray and pray with the rat-tat-tat. Ooh, that's a 4v2 angle.
Oh, potentially. I mean, there's going to be one kill straight away on the tower, but Pike potentially getting 2 executes, only gets the 1. Ignite just barely doesn't kill Chinese person. Instead, going to be the victim. And just about with the flash Q from Liger, Astroman gets another one.
Not a horrible result for Imperial College, although they did lose out on the trade, but do get one back as an important kill on Astroman.
As a result of Pike's gold doubling, the gold is pretty much dead even, despite the fact that, of course, ICL have a few needs here and there, and of course one more kill.
Now, one thing I will say about like gold on Pike, though, gold on Pike is fairly fake. Like the champions does not scale with gold that well. You'd rather like the gold sharing of your carries is good, but then we might top lane a bit of
very nice use of the onslaught to be able to basically charge in the face of the ram, but not enough damage to be able to finish off the kill on the Ornn, just pretty much making sure that the Psalm doesn't die.
It is a silent thing, isn't it? Not dying.
Yeah. Interesting. ICL playing inside of the cage. There's the charm from quickness. Pike shouldn't be able to get this one. Almost managed to get the execute, but going to be shut down by the Vigar. Now 2-1. Very strong. That scaling going to be accelerated ever so slightly.
Yeah. Oh, the horizon. Very, very annoying to deal with. And now it's not completely doomed. It just really is a small lead for Imperial College. Like a bit of gold is good, but
the caveat is that a small lead for ICL is a much larger lead in reality.
True.
At this point in the game, we'll see how this plays out. Because of course it is still only 13 minutes, and anything can happen. We saw a few chokes earlier on that didn't actually end up in a throw from Country Esports earlier, but they did give away a decent amount of gold in that late game team fight. Nevertheless, of course, still came out on top.
And obviously we saw. Ooh.
Speaking of potential chokes, that one is potentially one as well. Face checking that River Bush in the face of his mountain setup means you lose 2 players immediately. At least you get 1 traded, but playing with 3v4 now.
Still trying to go.
Shadow Surge straight in, looking for Astro Man and getting progressively low. Flash back around, has Mana Future now. Pretty much unkillable as Varus does not have the damage yet. So we're going for a sign. At least the Ornn is going to get something on the top side. Should be that first tower.
Yep, it should be. And probably not being able to trade the playthings as well. Actually, Ornn will not get the last.
Actually, yeah, it doesn't have Demolisher.
Yeah.
At least Demolisher isn't even coming off cooldown yet, so has to push it another wave. And with Sign returning, that will not be claimed.
A bit more health stacking from Asmana Future. Just really happy doing those trades.
Yeah, you just want as much grasp as you possibly can get. Now with the Sunfire, do a decent amount of damage, although now, okay, also burned. Brittle coming through. One more Brittle proc flash! Auto. Shut down gold cashed in for Legend.
That's just a bit of an over-ambitious by Asmana Future. Burning an ultimate for early. But luckily for IC, they also at the same time got the dragon, so we have the dragon stacking going on. So the overall game plan is not in is not disrupted really.
Yeah, really nice individual Drake with the mountain, giving you those extra resists, and then Infernal Soul on the table. Fortunately, a pretty useful soul for the team, adding that extra little punch to all 5 members even. Not too bad there. It's just getting back interrupted, but yeah, definitely getting that Drake as well adds on to that scaling. Even if you are finally now in a gold deficit, KCL finally getting that gold lead of Samurai.
Yeah, KCL haven't really got loot off. Actually, 800 gold, not minuscule actually, like not too little.
Not too little, although that may change shortly because Vi is dead and Astro Manon is on a killing spree. Likewise, Pike overextending there means another kill over to ICL, and it's just been flipped straight back over.
Yeah, very, very close game indeed. Now it's just 300 to ICL's favour, and probably more after taking the first tier 1 turret of the mid lane.
Yep, there it is. Turret destroyed, popped straight open, really nice. Of course, the top tier 1 was destroyed as well by KCL, so at least there was something. Ornn opting for the Radiant Virtue, I see.
I think it is the mythic that the cool kids like to go these days. I personally don't like this item because I like playing for myself, and even as an Ornn you can be a bit more tanky, but I understand that a 5v5 scenario it can have its place.
Right. Okay. It's going to be a little bit slower from here. I mean, of course, we've got the action in mid. Now it's going to be a matter of waiting another 3 odd minutes for Infernal to spawn. Also, likewise, with the Baron spawning in at a similar time, slightly later. So it may actually be a case of some decision making between the two, depending on the game state. But I think the big point to be noting is this Viger. He's 3-0-2, pretty good on farm as well. I don't know about the stat count, but Astro Manon, right now, there it is, 207 phenomenal power. A lot of AP.
Yeah, and once the Seraph is finished, the job for Kings is a lot harder. With the shield, the lifeline effect that Seraph and Brace has, it's so hard to single as Viger and kill again. Like it's not a weakness anymore. Like Viger is not a weak player in the game anymore because you can't just pick on the Viger and just throw everything on him and he dies. A bit of a skirmish here, a bit of positioning. Not for anything really. They're just probably trying to put down vision somewhere, trying to see if there are any people on King's side catching up. King's dripping mid lane though, maybe trying to siege the tier 1 turret in Imperial Clutch.
Yeah, just a matter of sort of collecting waves right now, not too much going on as we mentioned. Shimano now looking for the Vi, gonna lay down some damage. That's an awful lot of damage, and one thing to note, 47 gold from first strike. This is something that Vigo has been using to basically just get a bit more income, get to those item spikes that much earlier, and as you can see there, yep, 7,700 gold. Quite a lot.
Yeah, especially with Royal Agent, it's the important one where you want to finish as soon as you can because that means every bit of stats will trickle in just faster a bit and your final level up reward.
A lot of benefit, of course, still. Now on 8 stacks on the rower, 2 more stacks, and then you'll have that extra level up as well. Very important there for your level up skills. I mean, Event Horizon, of course, having cooldown, I mean, etc., etc. Pretty much beneficial on all of Vigo's abilities to have that extra base stats, I guess. But skirmish in mid lane. Claude Forge got coming down. No one dead just yet. There's the assault coming in from Vi. Spray and pray used in response, and KCL come out with a kill.
A kill and a turret, finally breaking the turret in the mid lane. So a good play by KCL. They actually didn't really give up anything at all because Vex has been farming the side lanes alongside Viger, so not like Imperial got something else in return.
Yeah, not too much. Just trying his best deciding to teleport down to the bot side. Astro Manon now looking to land an Event Horizon. Pushing out the wave. Of course, 10 seconds before the Infernal Drake spawns, so setup is bound to go back to the bot side. But look at Astro Manon's inventory. I see a big old witch hat.
Yeah, that is That is scary. Like he didn't go for the Saracen Brace and instead just go for the immediate damage pass spike. Now it looks like they have the positioning for the dragon, and the Call of the Forge God is not up yet.
Yeah, the zoning to his Forge, of course, used in mid lane, of course. Still waiting. Pike getting very, very low. Stunned up and dead. Has future. Takes that one straight off the rip. There's the Shadow Surge coming in. Icy Dog looking to get assassinated and actually just about surviving the Cemetery's person. Going golden, looking for some sort of re-engage. Asherman now doing too much damage. That Death Cap coming in, but guess what? Randomness in the backline, constantly autoing. Still alive as damage isn't there just yet, but in comes the Battle Dance, and that's enough. Only one death so far from ICL. Asherman looking for more. Awful lot of damage, and Legend RX is forced to flee. ICL getting the Drake too.
Ooh, still trying to go on this Ornn, not letting him escape, and will finally fall to Ashraman. Ah, that is a blow for KCL. Not really happy with that.
Okay, maybe Pike gets a kill onto Vigar. Looking at this happening. Shiratama. Ignite available. Death from below. Doesn't want to do it.
Yeah, not quite enough, not quite in the threshold. Unfortunately for Pike there. And now Imperial's on Soul Point here. It's Infernal Soul. Really, Infernal Soul is what Vigar really, really loves.
There's Vigar now. 10 stacks and Roa. Donated. More kills. 734 AP. At 20 minutes.
Yeah, not would you say a typical Vigar game. And it's really interesting, right? Like it's like Vigar didn't really do anything in game, but it's just all these kills trickling in, and just got so many right now. Able to finish the Death Cap so early in the game, going not even into the Sheriff yet, and just going on the stopwatch. Decent little scum check.
Yeah, gives you lost survivability immediately. There's Dragon's Rage dumping the Vi into the waiting arms of ICL, yet not enough damage is present as Vigar has yet to join the fray. Hazmat Future now, practically immortal with the Jack Show complete. A Pike gets control alt deleted, and Hazmat Future is zoning up 3 members of KCL.
Yeah, Pike, notoriously squishy. As you know, your champion doesn't gain health per level. It does gain health per level, but you cannot buy health items. So you're really stuck on a low amount of HP pool. Transitioning into the Baron though.
Yeah, now on 50%. KCL posturing around, realizing that they need to do something about this. Maybe just looking for a Varus steal of some variety. ICL going back over the wall, looking for a pick, looking for a kill. Don't get anything. In fact, they get killed in response. Astroman now looking to try and salvage the play, but Vigar, level 15, yes. Brazing technique. Oh, there's the engage from Sion, and that might just be able to turn the fight back around in favor of ICL. Legend RX unable to finish the kill onto Icy Dog now. Hazmat Future still just this behemoth of a front line that KCL simply cannot burn for yet. This Varus, only having a shield bow online, does not shred tanks whatsoever.
Yeah, Hazmat Future, pretty much a beast. Actually, KCL Kings played quite well over there, managing, especially Vi managing to live so long in the fight and did so much work. And unfortunately, there's a bit of a cash difference in the end, allowing ICL to salvage the fight over there.
You can just see the level gap just on Vigar alone needing to zone off. You realise that this champ isn't actually that frail right now. Of course, it was a little bit of a overextend and trying to push for that pick. And did get punished by KCL, so at the very least KCL buy themselves some time for this next objective. The spawn, of course, Baron is still on the table, so they do have to worry about that a little bit with how they play the map, and ICL realising that decides to selfish on the top side again.
Yeah, you could probably do a quick round 2 before your solo Dragons ones if you want that, if you don't want to trade that away. Trying to catch out Legend in the top lane.
Being patient in Dragon's Rage. Did get used eventually. Nice timing of the unstoppable Hazmat Future now target, but they missed the Call of the Forge God. Still CC'd up, getting very, very low, and Sion might be able to die finally, but the Jack Show healing on top of the Soul Furnace shield, keeping this behemoth alive. Icy Dog getting 1 kill, 2 kills with the spray and pray, and ICL now have Go Card to go for the Baron.
Yeah, that will be their call to go to Baron, and yep, not a very wise decision to dump all your damage onto Sion. And the Jack Show healing was really, really clutch. never really see a clutch shielding
Yeah,
like
yeah.
that. And yep, looks like this might be uncontested unless Vi has something to say about it.
It's basically an oddly steal from either Vi or Varus looking for it. Vi now getting caged up, might actually die before she gets a chance. CC'd up, Lee Sin looking for it, but if Lee Sin dies, there's no opportunity. There is the Primordial Burst, the KO. Unfortunately, Death from Below did not execute. Has man a future? Certainly has a future right now.
Yeah.
Varus unable to steal the Drake, not the Drake, the Baron, but does actually steal the life of the Khan instead.
Still, it's still a 4v4, and IC is missing a engage support, and well, KCL is missing a jungler. So it does look like that ICL will just go ahead and just take this Infernal Dragon, which is coming up in 20 seconds. Oh, actually, they're probably in time. They do respond. The response time is fairly short right now.
Yeah, the spawn timers are not long enough just yet. It is only 25 minutes through the game, surprisingly. Despite everything that's gone down, it has not actually been that long. Meanwhile, I got over 1000 AP, looking for another engagement, smart nature. Popping over, Ornthorn unable to be thrown down properly, and Heroic's now going to half health. The dog not quite yet in the fight, and this is a bit of a difficult position for ICL, but I think the wallet slapping is coming through and the damage is being laid down. A double kill for Icy Dog, a triple kill for Icy Dog. Maybe looking for more ambush coming for Hazmat of Future. Going on Battle Dance, Icy Dog! Oh, Nature steals us. There's no angle for a pentakill, but nevertheless, you get Drake.
Yep, that will be the Infernal Dragon for ICL, and I want to see how much AP Viger has.
It was like 1,100 last time we checked, so once this gets completed with the soul, potentially back. I mean, Void Star's being constructed on the little mage, so mid-tier 2 getting cracked open as well. Can probably go for a tier 3 and very soon. Just need to converge on the mid lane first. I mean, Pike alive, although respawns are now present for KCL.
Yeah, it seems like it's a very tough situation for Kings. Like, it seems like nothing really happened and you just lost. Like, the game has progressed so quickly.
Oh, there's the pick. Ornn just gonna drop straight down like a rock. Smashed in the top lane. Icy Dog dominating now. 729 on this Twitch. So the MVP has just been the beneficiary of the plays of the rest of the team.
Yeah, that's the life of building a Radiant Virtue versus building Virtue. Like, one is a lot tankier than the other, and obviously all the goals.
Yep, this is the last ditch effort from Kesa. Trying to look for the engage, but unfortunately they're the ones that are getting engaged on. As you can see, has one future still. Absolutely immortal, lovely Dragon Rage. The pick gets insta-deleted as soon as they're knocked back into the team, and ICL closing out the game, closing out the day.
Yep.
Tell themselves we not. If we free out this group, we are the tournament favourites, and that's not changed.
Not changed one bit. Fairly clean game starting. Again, we see this pattern so often. Starting with a small lead and suddenly Viger is 12-0.
Yeah, it's a quick one. I mean, KCL weren't necessarily inactive early, but it just kind of got answered very well neutralised from ICL by usage of pretty much running the support up, playing lanes fairly well, and it just went from there. I mean, I have to say that KCL didn't necessarily help themselves with the type of content they executed.
Yeah.
Decided to draft, making it hard to execute on, but hey ho, we're here.
Yep. Very well played by. I would say both teams had a really good go at the game. So overall, today, after everything, we have ICL progressing into the next stage at first place, and we also have College of Esports coming in at second place, going to play. I think they'll be playing the first and second of the other group respectively.
Yes, the other group, if I recall, would have been Queen Mary and UCL. So that would be your semi-finalists, all four of those. Playing versus each other. I'm not sure about the exact seeding. I believe it would be first versus second in the other group.
Yeah.
So if that is the case, it would be UCL versus College of Esports and ICL versus Queen Mary.
Yeah. And that will be on next week.
Hey, potentially an ICL UCL final. Who knows? That was coming down the line. Who said we to get through first? But we talked about rivalries today, so a little bit of foreshadowing. That's all.
So building up to the story of the final count the final meeting of ISL and UCL, and I hope you won't miss it. And join us again next week, same time, Thursday, 6 p.m. at LE Esports Twitch. And once again, thanks to New Meta for bringing us this amazing venue
Big up.
where players can play, we can have drinks, we can watch the stream live with friends. So why don't you bring along a friend and come and watch the game live together?
Yeah, pretty much. Nothing else from us though. That's us signing off for the day, Cookie and Sakura. And hope you have a nice and healthy rest of the week. And see you till next time.
See.